The dwarves are ready. Here we have Seagun, get the Rimtar's corpse. The bottom of the cavern pool. It's all uphill from here. Let's go down to the lowest level of our cavern digging so far. We've gotten pretty deep. We found some tin. That's exciting, because tin means bronze, which means we're advancing out of the Copper Age into the Bronze Age. Just wonderful. And we have a few tasks lined up here. We're going to start with getting Dodok Evostan making armor. So let's hop over into our dwarf therapist and find Dodok Evostatan. Dodok has become a legendary armorsmith thanks to the artifact that she made. That was our pair of boots. And why don't we just have a look at those boots while we're having fun with it. In fact, it's not a pair of boots, it's just a single boot. Just wonderful. It's a boot with a picture of an elf and a human designed in leather. Which one's Miwa? The elf is shooting the human. Relates to the shooting of the human by the elf. In some place called the Strangled Point in the midwinter of the year 126. This was actually quite recent. 126 winter? Because right now it's only granted of 127. So that would have been just a few short months ago. That elf shot that human as part of some battle. And our dwarf memorialized it, or immortalized it, in a copper low boot decorated in leather. Wow. Another task we're going to do in Dwarf Therapist is we're going to tell Delar Ablel Batan to stop cooking. Because they're busy doing other stuff, and we don't really want them cooking. So there we go. That's done. Next, we're going to commit those changes, send them over to the real game. And we'll send ourselves over to the real game too. There we go. Now, what else should we do? Well, all kinds of things. How about we update our stream title? Ta-da! Episode 5. Wow. Delete that thing about the custom tile set, because nobody seems very impressed with our tile set. Wonderful. Now we'll make a slab for our poor deceased dwarf. But first we should actually just quickly set up a hotkey here for where we are now. So we'll name this one Deep Mine. Yeah, we're going to have deeper mines later, but for now that's the deep mine. So we're going to go make a slab. Where do you do that? At a mason place. So we'll go to the mason place and we'll make a slab. There it is, Alt S, rock slab. So that's going to be used to commemorate our dwarf. And really the purpose is to prevent them coming back as a ghost. We'll also build another workshop, specifically a loom, which is an O there. So yeah, we're going to use this loom to make some cloth. So we're running short on cloth, and it seems like we might want cloth bags to store more seeds in our seed barrels. We haven't yet ordered the actual making of thread, so we'll do that now. Thread, weave thread into cloth. We should also spin thread, so we'll just spin as much thread as we can, and then we'll weave thread into cloth as well. Much as we can. We can't do it yet, but we will soon. We may not actually have a weaver, but that can be done. Why don't we just assign somebody to be a spinner and a weaver? And luckily we have a listing of dwarves who are not busy right now. Mebzoth Balfikod. You shall be our weaver and spinner. Where's Mebzoth? There they are. Mebzoth Balfikod. Now we just have to find where weaving and spinning are. Aha. Weaving, spinning, and now we've got a weaver and a spinner. So they should happily begin doing those tasks when ready. Our dwarves are saying we don't have logs. So this is one of the projects we're considering doing now, making the giant dome of trees to fill in this sort of dome of rock. So we can make it quite huge. We can sort of grow our own forest. So that's going to be fun. What's the best way to do it? Probably we start on this level, dig out a large area, and then we'll make stairs coming up to it. Just like that. Is that big enough for the tree land? Let's make it a little bigger. Make good use of our space. And make it a little bit irregular in shape too, just to kind of give it that natural feel. So because we've struck the cavern now, we can have trees growing inside, which is cool. We just need to make some mud. And making mud's actually very easy in Dwarf Fortress. We just dump water on it, and then the ground becomes muddy permanently. So we'll make a little downstair here. We gotta cancel one of these and then make the actual downstair. Let's cancel a couple more squares to make a nice big 2x2 downstair. And then we'll go down. We'll make an up downstair, starting from here, going to this square, all the way down to the level of the fortress, which is right here. Is that correct? Nope, one more level deeper. One more level deeper there. Now that will just be perfect. And in fact, what we want to do on this top floor is not just dig, but channel, because we want to get rid of the floor. So it'll be sort of a whole open area. Make a nice big open area. So line it up with what we already had. Make it channel. Oh, it worked. Good. And then we'll write over this with also more channels. And then as soon as this layer is channeled out, we can then begin channeling the layer below it. But it's best to channel from the top down, because we don't want any nasty cave-ins, collapses, dwarves falling in holes to their death, all the things that can happen when you're channeling. It's worth using caution. It'll take longer, and that's okay. Our miners will become even more experienced. We already have a legendary miner, but this will really get them to legendary levels. But first we are actually going to prioritize or change the priority on just the tin that we're mining. So we're going to go dig, mine, designate, auto mining ore and gems at priority level 4, and there. This will auto mine the tin with a higher level of priority. So that should let the miners who are working there keep working. And let's make another hotkey up here. Then we can quickly jump up here to check on its progress. So Shift H for hotkeys, and then we'll go F4, name it. We'll name it Treetops. It's kind of a whimsical name because it's not just the treetops, it's the tops of the area that we made for trees to actually grow in, or we will anyway. Just gotta connect this to it. So should we go off of here or off of here? Let's go just off the back of the fort and do a little straight way out. I'm gonna make this a strangely straight path. We just have to switch it to designating all by pushing A couple times. And then we'll go and continue this path out. Why? How far does it need to go? Over to here. So not really very far. So this will be the way to the place where we're planting lots of beautiful trees. Or really letting nature take its course, and it'll grow the trees for us. So that's fun. We can get that starting to go. We do also want to dig down deeper at the same time and do some sort of exploratory kind of mining. But let's just see what the dwarves do as they mine. Looks like those two are going over to help with the tin vein. We actually would prefer to have Meng, Mugabun do all the tin mining because Meng is a legendary miner. But that's okay. We'll just let this proceed for now. Looks like they're getting lots of tin out of the mine anyway, even with help of other dwarves. And oh, there's trading sides. Looks like another miner's coming down. Oh, this is a nice large vein of tin. That'll be a good amount for us to produce lots of bronze and advance into the Bronze Age. Speaking of which, let's make a stockpile specifically for bronze. we have a notification here. It looks like elven traders have arrived. We see this E down at the bottom. E for elf. Iwo Omosiniti. That's a hard name to say. Omosiniti. Or sabers. Great. So the elven caravan has arrived. Do we have much to trade? Well, we have a lot of copper helmets we've made. We can trade them some of our copper armor too, because as it turns out, copper armor isn't that great, and we're going to want to make metal armor anyways. That is bronze metal. So we can probably get rid of some of that pretty soon. Let's watch them mine out some tin a bit more. These are long tin veins. We had considerable amount of tin. That's the end of the tin vein in that direction. There it connects through. And they're harvesting it over to the side. They can't mine the tin at the very edge of the map. They just aren't able to mine that far over at the edge. There, we've reached the end of the tin vein. That would suggest that there's granite somewhere in here. Oh, and there's the granite. Yeah, because tin occurs within granite. That means that this is a alluvial layer of stone. Whatever that means. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. Do we have anything to trade? Well, let's find out. So normally we like to trade trap components, which we may not have. Let's see what's in this bin. Bunch of crossbows. Oh yeah, there we've got some serrated copper discs. So those are our ideal trade good. We'll trade them those. Let's see what else we have in these bins. We've got a cap, scepter, bracelet. We've got lots of copper armor. So we're gonna just bring this bin out. We may not trade all the armor in it, but we'll trade some of it anyway. And we may as well bring this bin because it's got some trade goods. That is some crafts. Yeah, that's that. The crafts bin is right there. It's set to trade. That should be enough. With all those trap components, the elves should be pretty satisfied. So we're going to let that proceed. Let's just check if we've finished making our slab at our mason shop. Where's the mason? There it is. Yep, it looks like the slab has been made. So we just need to engrave the slab now. And that would be done by the crafts dwarf. Your humble dwarf is pretty sure. So Alt A, no, Alt S. No, oh yeah, there it is. So yes, we need to engrave the slab in memorial of Seagun, get the rimtar. There it is. We'll say do that first. And some handy stone crafter will come and begin engraving the slab. That's just what we need. Besides needing wood, as it keeps saying we're out of wood. So we'll let them bring the items to depot. That's going to be our main task right now. This must be a very heavy bin. This would be the one full of large serrated copper discs, most likely. This dwarf slowly plodding through the stockpile, making their way to the trading depot. And as soon as they get there, they will unload it or just leave it there, and then that might be the last bit of trade goods. Let's see, is anybody else saying bring trade goods to depot? It looks like they're not, which means we're all done with the preparing the goods, so we can now actually begin the trading. We'll call the trader to the depot. Aban Abeltolsid. Let's see what Aban's up to. Aban or Aban? It doesn't matter, but sometimes we say Aban, sometimes we say Aban. Aban Abeltolsid, or Abeltosid, is heading over to trade. Running through our beautifully, recently smoothed walls and floors. And it looks like we're ready to trade. So we go in here and hit T for trade. Well, now it's tempting to just say everything should be traded, but in fact, we're not going to trade everything. We'll just trade the trade goods. Maybe the lower quality armor to start. Really, it's all somewhat low quality because it's all copper. And copper just isn't a very good quality armor. These discs are worth a lot. That's what they're for. Maybe we'll save back the two more expensive ones for their original purpose. Of course, the original purpose was to make a nice place for the Farmers Guild. So the farmers can be happy. So it's a little overwhelming looking at all these these different gloves and such. Let's see what we want from the elves, and then we can decide what we actually are going to give them, how much we need to give them. So first of all, we look at what animals they have. There's a cougar, exciting, but a little disappointing too, because our lion that we got from the elves doesn't hunt vermin. It's more of a combat deal. So unless we were going to breed cougars for war, we don't necessarily want to go with cougar. A lion would be cool because we already have a lion, but we'll perhaps leave that for now. So there's a cougar, a blue jay, a crow. Those are not useful. Another blue jay, same gender, so we couldn't breed them even if we wanted to. A parakeet, and then a bunch of barrels. Barrels are useful actually because we're kind of running low on barrels, so we might come back and grab those. We don't want any of their wooden weaponry. It's either bows, which we don't want to bother learning to use, instead of crossbows, or it's the wrong size. All this clothing they offer us is the wrong size, and wooden armor is just not very effective. So we're not really considering that. Food, though, we do like. So we'll grab their food. Let's just quickly do a little enter. Oh, like this, yeah, enter, enter. So do a little macro to quickly do that, and then we can grab all the stacks of food. Just like that. And it looks like the rest of it's all mostly useless. Sylvite must be a type of stone. Let's consult the wizard. What is sylvite? It's a unremarkable yellow stone. So we don't need that. We definitely don't need instrument parts. Don't need clay. Their profit is a lot because we're taking hardly anything from them. So let's take a little more in exchange for our copper. And we can also remove some of those copper discs from our trade, as there doesn't seem to be much we want. But we're going to consider getting some barrels, so let's grab a couple of those. Maybe not the expensive ones, just go for the more cheap ones. Or we can take them all. Also some wood cages. Cages are good, but wood cages are not as good because animals can gnaw their way out. Some animals anyway. There's an instrument, but it's most likely one our dwarves would never know how to play. This humble dwarf is pretty sure that dwarves do not learn how to play elven instruments. So we're not going to bother. As interesting as the instrument may be, it's a stringed instrument. It's tiny. It's got a neck and a wooden body, so it's like a tiny little ukulele, maybe even smaller. Strings are tied over the top of the neck, and they're played with a bow. Oh, this is more like a fiddle or violin, but it's got frets. It's like a little fiddle with cloth strings and frets. Weird. It's got 2 new pegs, just like any fiddle. 4-octave range. It has a round, vibrating timbre, which means the way it sounds. It has 2 registers, so it actually has 2 different sounds to it. Interesting, but we don't want it. So the trader's getting overly good value still. We're not going to bother with cages. Is there nothing else they can give us? It looks like that's it. So we'll just remove some of our more precious items from the trade. Don't want to give these elves too good of a deal. Now they're only getting a 658 profit. That seems reasonable. Let's trade. They say it's wonderful. It is wonderful. Okay, trader is no longer requested. We can untrade all our goods. I'll bring them back to the stockpiles. Okay, elves, you can go now. We've had our thing. Trading is complete. But there's always more to do. Have the miners begun mining in our special wood zone? Yes, they have. They're going ham. You don't see the miners because they're on the level below, kind of mining upward. Looks like they found a lot of... Oh, it's just cobaltite. It looks like a ore, but it's not an ore. Cobaltite is just stone. Useless stone. At least it's not very special stone. We'll probably find some good piles of copper ore here. Not to mention loads of marble. It's fun mining out such a huge area. This humble dwarf rarely mines out such a large space. And it's just cool to see them going for it. Standing on the ramp, channeling out this floor. Each dwarf making their own snaking pattern through the stone. This kind of octopus shape. It's eventually going to resolve into a more regular, somewhat regular, messy oval. We've received notification that another pig was born. Somewhere amidst all the complaints about a lack of logs. And there are many, but there is the piglet. We've also had an animal grow up to be a stray sow, which is a female pig. So we may actually have enough pigs that it's time to start killing them off. That is, it's time to butcher something. We have so many animals now, so let's just butcher like 2 animals. We'll check if there's any meat left in the butcher shop. Nope, it's all clear and empty. As long as the butcher shop's not overflowing with meat, it's good to slaughter animals. So we'll slaughter this llama. That's through labor preferences, so we set it ready for slaughter. And we'll also slaughter a pig. Which pig should we slaughter? How about you? A boar. We should make sure we don't have only one boar. Just we don't want to kill your last boar. So there's one boar. There's another boar. It looks like we have just 2 boars at the moment. So we'll slaughter a boar. That's a sow. That's a boar. Ready for slaughter. Okay, we're gonna get a couple of things killed, and then we can use that to just make some hides, meat, all the good stuff we get from animals. There's actually a lot of tallow, it looks like. These brown squiggly lines here. This is llama tallow, cow tallow, mountain goat tallow. So we need to get some more soap making. We could definitely use some soap. So let's set up some soap making, which means we need to make ash and lye. So we'll do that. We'll make ash, there it is. Say, there was quite a bit of tallow there, so let's make 20 ash now. Of course, that's going to require wood. We'll need to send someone out to grab some more wood, cut down some more trees, and then we'll make some lye. Make 20 lye. Our stockpile might need to be bigger, the lye and bucket stockpile, so we can do that. And then soap is just to make sure it's already assigned. So one of these, something about soap. Under fat. I just make soap from tallow. So soap will happen as soon as we get some wood to make ash, to make lye, and that'll let us make soap. So we're going to cut down some trees at a fairly high task priority. I'm just going to chop through many trees. Hopefully the elves don't get too pissed. They didn't say anything about our tree cutting habits last time, so maybe they won't say anything next time. They've just arrived and traded with us, so they must not have been too pissed by the amount that we've cut so far. Wow. They're really cutting away there. We've struck violet spessartine right there, so it must be, well, we can't really see it, but there's some violet spessartine there. There it is. Just fell down. Why don't we check out this gem just to see what it's worth? Have a good little look at it. Worth 60. And someone's already carrying it away, apparently. So our mega digging project here is going well. And we've received another notification. It's a friendly dwarf. Hooray! So we're going to make a little listing for our convenience of which dwarves are new to the fort. Yep, playing Dwarf Fortress. Just welcoming some new migrants. So we've got somebody named Olan Gadol Konos, a farmer, but is it just a farmer? They're also a cook, dyer, and gelder. So in fact, they're not a plant farmer. They're just called a farmer because their jobs are in the realm of farming. We have a dedicated lye maker, Autumn Eralneth, an adequate lye maker. Not bad. Get them added to our records. We've got a capital R, that's a reindeer. That's going to be slaughtered as soon as it grows up. A peahen, this one's unfortunately someone's pet, so we will not be able to kill it. We could geld it though, so it won't make too many. And look at that, we got a gelder. Liebash, Bomb, Wreck, Messir, gelder. So that will be a useful military dwarf, because we don't really need dedicated gelders. Kel Thobuzar. This is a child, and the only thing that we really do with children is try to let them grow up. She's 12. Interesting. Born on the 5th of Moonstone in the year 115. Being 12 years old, she should be an adult, so she will very soon be an adult. So she will need to be given some work so that before she goes into the military, she can have a profession, so she doesn't feel too bad when she comes out of the military. And we have another child, Aerith Meb Zuthod. This one's age 11, which is great, almost 12. The working age, of course, being 12. This dwarf, what's their name? Why? It's Logam Esterast. Only age 9. He is rarely sick, slow to tire, so he will be good in the military in a couple of years. He likes bronze. Oh, bismuth bronze. Well, okay, we can make that, maybe. He likes the color pink. Cubes. Likes battle axes. That's good. He detests bats. Well, we haven't seen any bats yet, so we shouldn't be too upset about that. Another child. This has been an unusually child-filled migrant wave so far, but we can hope that there will be more migrants later. This one's only 7, so not much use to us. Another mouth to feed for the next, 5 years. And yet another child, Vutok Dumatadas. 4. This one's going to require care for quite some time. We have gained a spinner, Erish and Doc Rodim. That's a somewhat useful task, as we have begun thinking about spinning our thread. Looks like a goose. Oh, it's a goat. A young goat. And it's a pet. So we won't be able to slaughter that one. A mule foal. Now that is just ripe for being slaughtered, because it can't even breed, being a mule. This one, Eshtan Kuletichdan, an animal dissector, also known as an adequate peasant, because animal dissector is not considered to be a useful profession. It's hardly even usable, and it does very little use. We have another keet, to add that to our growing stock of keets, and it's a pet, so it won't be slaughtered. Another reindeer calf, which we can slaughter. Vutok Delirdatur. Nothing but an herbalist. We have enough herbalists, so that one will go into the military. We're definitely looking at creating a 3rd military squad, because the current military squads, well, one of them is maces, one of them's ranged, and we really want one that can wield axes. So we're gonna most likely be creating a bronze axe squad in the near future. With all this tin, that's gonna let us make bronze, and with all these new dwarves, just perfect. We can make them all into military dwarves, and they can learn to wield the axe so they can hack pieces off our enemies. Ezum Umendok. Another child. Age 12. Good. We'll put these children in a special category. Age 12 children, because they are just about ready to start working. Just about ready to become peasants. You age 12, 11, not bad. Momas Mengarist. This one's already competent at both poetry and adequate at speaking. Another brown dwarf. This migrant wave has been nothing but brown and red dwarves. Erdim Gakizerith, lie maker. We have 2 adequate lie makers have arrived in this wave. That's always fun. This one's a fish dissector. Lytast, Asol, Vukar. Fish. Yeah, these are all dwarves with virtually useless professions. If they were all something like crafters, miners, woodcrafters, carpenters, even tanner is not a very useful profession because we just don't need to tan that much, that often. Although metalsmith might be enough to save them from the military. It's a fruitful wave, this one. It's good to see. Eshtan, Zan, San, Gastesh. This one, let's check their age. She is 6 years old, halfway to being able to work. And Udil Bekarnish is only 5. We'll add them to the child list as well. Udil Bekarnish. Have a look at Udil just for fun. Incredibly tough, very slow to heal. His patience is questionable. He likes cow's milk. Well, he's in luck. Actually, we don't have cows. He's almost in luck. If he liked pig's milk, then he'd truly be in luck. Or especially pig milk cheese. Continuing the trend, our Urist here is another child. Urist Lycotad. Although it's almost pointless for us to note down these children as they're barely useful, so we'll stop noting the children and just take a look at them instead. This one's only 3. Olin Saxilalis. Just note that there is a child, so we can make them a room. A horse. That'll be fun to butcher later. And a chicken. No, it's a cat. It's our first cat. This is magnificent. Let's take a special look at this one. Because a long time ago, when we prepared this fortress, we didn't bring any cats. But now we have one. At last, we have a cat. It can hunt down all the worms, all the vermin. We've had dwarves doing the ignoble task of catching vermin by hand in cages, animal traps to be specific. So let's see what this cat looks like. Hunts vermin, that's right. It's got lots of different colors. The main body is copper-colored fur, but it's got a gray tail and gray front paws. The ears, back paws, and eyes are kind of brown, and it's got a white head. So it's a sort of tabby cat with mostly orange hair, different shades of orange, and a white head. Gray paws and gray tail. Nice. Onol Imsalavas. We'll be sure to set them on a pasture, which will give them, first of all, we'll let them kill all the vermin in our animal area, and then we can let them start working on the stockpiles. Keep the vermin away from the stockpiles. So we'll have to protect that cat. That's a valuable cat. And it's a male, so we'll hope to find a female cat, and then we can have an overflow of cats, if we're lucky. We've also got Sarvash Avalogam. Hi, Barbara. Responding to a message in the chat. Oh, it's the cat goal. Yes, cool cat. And that's been our goal for some time, to get a cat. It happened by luck. A dwarf just happened to bring one. Just magnificent. So this one is a butcher, a gilder. That's it. So not very important tasks again, which is good, because it means we can dedicate the dwarf to whatever we want. And another dwarf, Logam Nok Gol Zuntir. We must be getting to the end of the migrant wave, because we've gained a large number of migrants. This one's a tanner and brewer, so we don't really need another brewer. As you can see, we have 1,500 drinks ready. We also have 1,500 plants, so we are extremely well stocked for food. We even have some meat for those dwarves that like to eat the meat. This one is a child. We'll just say we have another child. This child thinks trade is the lifeblood of a thriving society, and it's actually age 11, so that's somewhat exciting. because it's going to be a peasant soon. Cogsack Mosusad, age 11. What does he look like? He's got extremely long straight hair. He's got almost no fat, but his body is broad. So is he muscular? Not especially, but he's just very low in fat. He's big boned. That's what he is. But he's literally big boned. He's not being dishonest about that. Another child arrives. What's her name? Moses Labachfer. More importantly, what's her age? 10. So she'll be a working dwarf before you know it. In just a couple short years. Cyril Olanam, another Gelder. They're just throwing Gelders at us with this one. This dwarf actually has some combat skills. Cyril Olanam. An adequate Gelder, and that's their only skill. So this one's heading straight for the military. Luckily, they already have some military skill, which is just great. Shield user, armor user. We most likely, actually, we could put them into the mace squad, perhaps. Replace somebody in the mace squad with this dwarf, and then this dwarf, Onal, Cyril, Olonam, that is. Cyril can teach the other dwarves how to swing a mace properly, because they're all just totally incompetent newbies at it still at this point. Urvad Kubuk Tost, an animal caretaker. Aha! A professional peasant. The profession that literally does nothing. But it's enough to prevent them from having peasant status, so they're not sad when they leave the military. Oh, we got a Seagun. That's a good name. Seagun Mizerkulat. Shower Abbey. Age 5. Good. Good on you, Seagun. What's this? A yak bull. That'll go nicely with our yak herd. And a goose or a goat? It's a goose. A young goose. Small migratory bird with a long neck. They like lakes. Well, this one's not going to hang out in a lake. It's going to hang out in a cave inside. Sorry. This one is called Aerith. Aerith Katanikal. Shearer. This is a very basic dwarf. They know some poetry, at least. Is it possible to view more about their poetry? That information's most likely viewable in Legends mode. But it might not be viewable in this mode, which is Dwarf mode. So, Aerith, you have a poet's heart, and you're headed straight for the military. Resume. Who else do we got? Ustooth Arankatin. What is this dwarf? A fish dissector. Another professional peasant. Perfect. Next one is not a dwarf, but a piglet. That'll join our growing swarm of pigs. / pork supply. Water buffalo calf, well, that's a one-off. That's going to be eaten. And what else do we have? A fish cleaner. Another professional peasant. Kib Regoth Tosed. A fish cleaner. It barely matters what they are. If they have any kind of fishing abilities, we won't be using those abilities. And that's the end of our migrant wave. The epic migrant wave. Biggest one yet. Let's watch these dwarves mine while we count how many new dwarves we've gained. Well, our population's up to 98. That is quite a lot. So that must be almost 40 dwarves join us today. We're going to do a quick count. That is, this humble dwarf will. $32. 32 migrants. And they're almost all in unuseful professions, which means we can turn them into whatever professions we want. Always good. So let's begin by carving out bedrooms for them. We can loop around the top here. We should really create a more convenient entrance to the bedrooms. Maybe they can go through the pig pen to get to their bedroom. That's kind of a funny little dwarven irony. We'll do that. So we'll make a path through the pig pen. Leave it at the same. We're considering now, should we make it higher priority than this, which is priority level 4? Or should we make it the same priority? Make it the same. They may not dig the bedrooms right away. That's probably not so bad. We'll just make it the same. We don't want all the dwarfs to rush down and start digging bedrooms, leaving behind our project, do we? Maybe one of them can come down. Okay, so we'll make a beautiful, beautiful little bedroom. Just like that. That's the beginning of it. And then we'll do a nice little macro. So where should we start our macro from? We'll want it to come sort of from the one to the next. So we'll start it right here. So like this, and then over, and then across. So this is going to be a gesture that's repeated many times, just like that. And actually, let's save this macro as dig 2 bedrooms going up. Now we can just load this whenever we want. Oh, there's a mistake in the macro. Let's redo it. So it's going to start here, and then it has to end in the square above. So mine, record, go up, go over here, make a bedroom, go across, make another bedroom, and end there. Let's test it out before we save it this time. Perfect. Now we'll save it as dig 2 bedrooms going up. Hopefully it'll overwrite. Can we load? Yep, look at that. So now we'll just create, unfortunately, we've forgotten how many it was. 32, sounds about right. So we'll make 32 more bedrooms. Wow, that's a lot of dwarves. Okay, and actually we could pack these in more. So let's pack them in just to save space. We'll still come up from there, but we're going to pack them in over here. So we'll kind of figure out where the center has to be. We're going to leave a little space for this, the noble rooms, which is what is right here. Those are the nobles rooms, right this section. So we'll leave some space. We'll kind of line them up with this bedroom. How about that? So we'll just maybe even leave some extra space for possible even bigger future bedrooms. So that we might most likely won't be making future bigger bedrooms, but that's okay. So we've got 3 for the room, and then this is where the entrance needs to be. Clear away this right here. So it should work now to use the macro right here. Maybe not. We'll go into the right tool, try the macro right there. There we go. So we need 32, so that's 16 of these. So we'll do 7 more on this floor and then maybe 7 below. There. This humble dwarf has pushed the button 7 times. So it's going to do 7 of those, which is a total of 8. So that's 16 bedrooms. And then we'll go down here and do another 8 times 2 equals 16. We'll make this kind of loop around to the south and connect over. And then we can leave a gap for luxury, or we can not bother. We'll leave the gap. So this will be where the bedroom starts. And then go over here. And this is where it connects. And this is where we start the macro. Yep. Okay, so do that 7 more times. Just pushed it 7 times. That'll dig out all those bedrooms. At least it'll have them designated to be dug. And we're going to need to make beds too. So it's a good thing we've assigned some wood to be cut. Let's just connect this at the top end as well. So we'll actually kind of cut it off here, make a little passageway through like that so that there's some more connections, although it's not really needed because they don't go from bedroom to bedroom. There's no reason why a dwarf would need to go in another dwarf's bedroom ever. So there we go. Let's leave it like that, connected with one entrance so it's easier to cut off in case of terrible emergencies. Yeah, so there's 16 bedrooms times 2, 32 to fit all of our new dwarves. And we'll just do one more for good luck in case of a miscount or anything like that. Now this, as you can see, is totally wrong. We'll just do it one more square above. Like that. There we go. A couple bonus bedrooms for the dwarvies. It's tempting to connect them at the top, but there's no reason for that. We're not going to do it. So let's order the beds. Q, bed, 32. That should do it. What else should we make for the rooms? I'd like to make some containers so every dwarf can have a container. Let's actually order some zinc containers because we have zinc. Or we can make zinc for bins actually, because bins get hauled around a lot. So we'll make some zinc bins and barrels. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Not sure how much zinc we have, but that'll be a good amount. And then we'll make some actual coffers. Let's make rock coffers, just for some of the dwarves to have chests, because these don't need to be moved, so they can be more heavy. They can be made from stone. And let it run. Back to work, dwarves. Let's get these animals pastured. Oh, most of all, we should pasture our new kitty cat. So we'll get them going right here. Because this area, is it still littered with vermin? It was before, yeah, there's a slug, a worm, lice, ticks. So our pigs don't like being covered in lice and ticks and things like that. So let's give them a kitty cat to get rid of all of their vermin problems. Probably at the very bottom of the list. It's got a name too. There it is. Onal Imsalavas. Let's just have a look at Onal. See what does their name mean? Out of curiosity. Pets and livestock. Onal Imsalavas. Onal raced mines. So they're going to race around the mines and kill all the vermin for us, which is just perfect. This Onal right here? Yep. Let's watch Onal. We have to pasture all the other animals, but we're just going to watch the cat and glory in the fact that it exists and it might catch some vermin. It's got no job. It's just hanging. Go on, little buddy, catch a vermin. Maybe it just did. It's hard to tell. Oh, interrupted by a giant badger sow. Interesting. Usually giant badger sows are not aggressive, so we should be able to ignore that. Should be able to. Let's see, where is it? Way down here. See, it's scared of us too. We'll look down at that badger sow. See, it's got a red exclamation point. Does red mean it's scared, or does red mean it's enraged? If it's enraged, that could be a problem. Whoa, she's been injured. It's ferocious in combat. Okay, this is slightly worrying. Have they been fighting? We don't really see when they're fighting because we have so much red messages coming up. That's actually something this humble dwarf should consider changing. Change the color of all these warning messages so they're not red. Because red means combat. And we missed the last time when one of our dwarves was killed by a wild animal. Actually, both the last times. Once it was a giant Kia, once it was a giant cave toad. Now it's a giant badger, so at least we saw that they were interrupted. Let's just take a look, see if they're fighting. It looks like they are, so that's potentially bad news. Let's get the squads out there. AB, using shift, attack. Sorry, badger sow, you got to go. Okay, we'll take a zoom out and watch the squads storm across the map. They should be mostly green. Green is the marked dwarves. Did the dwarf just beat the badger? If the dwarf beat the badger, then we don't need to worry. It's showing a blue exclamation point, which means it's scared too, but it's enraged at all enemies, it says. She's also quite injured. Let's check the combat. So there's been a badger boar fighting as well. And a carpenter. So Seagun Gidthrimtar is the one who was slain by the giant cave toad. Edem Nokimlurit was fighting a badger. Maybe we should check on their health. Edem's health. They had their muscle bruised and their fat torn. The carpenter did. But the carpenter also bruised the badger's lung, which is a damaging hit. They bruised its lung again. Yeah, so we've got some injuries, it looks like, on both our carpenter and our herbalist. This one's done very well. The herbalist. Badger Sow's having a rough time. And Vutok says they feel no terror in the midst of conflict. Just punching away at the badger, and the badger keeps missing. So that's good. Bruised the badger's muscle repeatedly, and bruised the lung at the end. Badgers must die. Enraged badgers must die. Although it looks like the badgers are actually not so angry anymore. Usually they don't trouble us. But let's just have some fun. Let's let our military get some practice here. It's strange how many dwarves are running out this way. It must be because they're going to get logs. Yeah, they're gathering plants. Oh, because there's a giant pile of plants that our herbalist must have dropped. And everybody's going out to grab one plant. See this little green colon? This guy's now carrying the green colon. That's a plant. And our dwarves are chasing down the badger. So let's check it out. Right over here. The mayor, actually, is the closest, it looks like, and is going after the badger, which is running for its life. Now we're starting to feel bad. But there, they've caught up with it. It's got no hope. Badger is in deep trouble. It hasn't even attacked yet. It's no longer enraged. Okay, this is getting cruel. So we'll stop attacking the badgers. AB, cancel the orders. No more badger killing for you. Sorry. No, it was... Oh, they're still going for it. They don't care. They don't care that we canceled the kill order. They're in battle now, and the badger's downed. Well, waste of a precious badger life. Giant badger life. At least somebody's picking up the corpse. That would imply that it might be butchered. Can you even butcher a mangled corpse? Let's see, does it say butcher? No. They must be taking it up to the corpse pile. Speaking of which, why haven't they taken these dead Kias? Very strange. Let's make a dump zone, and we'll make it right on the refuse pile. So this way maybe the Kia corpses can be dumped in the refuse pile. The dwarves won't do it themselves. Call it dead Kia dump. There. If the dwarves won't do it on their own, we can tell them to do it. D for dump. Because these Kia corpses, they're now skeletons. They've been sitting out there for months. And that's just not proper. Dwarves should not have dead or alive Kia skeletons sitting outside their fortress. Dead is better than alive, but it's still worrying. So let's actually, just while we're thinking of it, we'll make that weapon trap for this farmer guild. Because, you know, there's nothing they like better than a weapon trap. That's how farmer guilds work. We'll make it with a marble mechanism and large oops, not that. How do we minus that? We may have to, oh there, deslow all, or just Z for deselect. What is this bismuth bronze crossbow? Where'd that come from? Anyway, we'll do large serrated copper discs, all three of them. That's probably overkill, but that'll make them very happy. So press D for done selecting, and we'll actually get that weapon trap so we can get that farmer's guild up and running, and the farmers will be at peace. They'll be happy. Has the cat killed enough vermin yet? How's the vermin supply? It's still loaded with them. Where's the cat? Up here. Yep, our tame cat. Is she working? I mean, he. Uno's a male cat. He's running around a bit, so hopefully he'll clear that area. It would be wise to put him straight on the food stockpile, but it's just been bothering the humble dwarf to see all our pigs surrounded by lice and ticks. So we're having the cat take care of those first. We've struck all kinds of gems. If we look here, it's just loaded with stone, mostly stone. A bit of other stuff. Is this tetrahedrite? Yeah, so there's some ore. There's some gems up there. The gems are all being carried off to our gem stockpile. Struck cat's eye. Maybe that'll bring us good luck. Get us some more cats. Or at least their eyes. A goat has wandered up into the mine. or a bird actually, guinea fowl. So that's strange. Normally they hang out in the meeting area, but we won't worry about that. So we'll just quickly channel out this staircase because we're not going to want to have a staircase there. So that'll get rid of this top level of stairs, and then we'll just have all the stairs we're actually using. Then we can get rid of them too, as they like to channel from the floor below conveniently. So now we'll do that thing where we assign all the animals to their spots. So we have lots of things to pasture. We possibly want to make the pasture bigger. Let's just do that because there's so many animals now. They might be eating all the grass. This is just clay. There's a little grass, but there's a lot of exposed clay, which means they've eaten the grass. So we'll give them a new pasture right down here. And this is a plant gathering zone, but let's make it a pasture. It's already drawn. How can we both? Cool. Okay, so we'll pasture all of our grazers here now. These need grass. That doesn't. So we've gotten rid of the old pasture, so they'll all be easy to spot because they don't have a little 3 green lines at the right side. Cavies, yaks, rabbits, yaks, donkeys, yep. Yaks again. We have a lot of yaks now. Blue, so that would be a blue peahen. Yeah, it's a pea chick, but it will be a peahen. And so that can go inside, doesn't need to graze. Goat, mule, Keats are fine. Calf, reindeer calf that is, and a horse foal. And another yak and a water buffalo. These all need grass, so those go outside. Perfect. And then the inside area is getting crowded. But so far the animals have not started fighting or trying to kill each other in some way, so we don't need to worry about them just yet. Dogs are not going to pasture, as we've been doing. Peachick, yes. Keat, so this is essentially the bird and pig zone. Yeah, it's called indoor animals, but it's really birds and pigs. And for now, a cat. So those are set. The only things that we might want to do now would be assigning the new dwarves. Oh, and we should smelt too. Are we smelting cassiterite? Not yet. Cassiterite is the most exciting ore we've found in quite some time. Let's just move on to bronze tech. Next tier of armor quality. So we'll do that. We'll add cassiterite on both of these. We should maybe stop doing all these other ones, but that's okay. We'll just do everything. Smelt away. Why are these furnaces all quiet? We maybe don't have enough wood burners or something like that. Or it could be that the wood's just too far away. There is some more wood being chopped. It'll be nice since we've got wood inside, because once we get our wood growing, we get this place mudded up. Then we'll be able to have all our grazers come inside. We'll never need to go outside again. And that means that when the dark things come, then we'll be all safe and good. Now we could open a little pathway into the cavern, because as we may have noticed, there's been another visitor, a human swordsman. And all these people who are swordsmen, fighters, that type of thing, they like to kill monsters. It says you can learn more about this visitor after the chat, but really we know that they're here to kill monsters. She wants to go down into the caverns and slay those giant cave toads and all their friends. Maybe we should just do that. So let's make our cavern. We'll reset the cavern hotkey, so it's the convenient entrance layer, whichever one that was. Sometimes it takes a moment to find it. These caverns are confusing. This is the entrance layer. There's Seagun's blood. So we can kind of, sort of the landmark is, oh, hello. We have a guest has joined the chat by the name of Dwarf Comic. Wishes us a good afternoon. Good afternoon to you as well, and you're very welcome. This humble dwarf has heard of Dwarf Comic through the hype from Krug Smash, and is very glad to hear from a fellow Dwarven artisan, we'll say. So we'll assign a building, and it will be a wall. Actually, it's tempting to take a little risk here and start letting the the monster hunters have access to this area. So what we're going to do, we're going to take down our wall. We can't build it there. We have to actually take down this wall first. We'll take down the wall, which exposes us to danger. But then we're going to quickly put up a bunch of doors. Why a bunch of doors? Because, well, with those, then at least if something can destroy doors, it won't be able to destroy them all that quickly. It'll take some time, so hopefully we'll have a warning. So we'll remove that, set it as pretty high priority, and then once that's done, somebody's already on the way. Why then, we will put up a bunch of doors, and all the lovely mercenaries who have come to hunt here can get in there and fight. And we can also put some cage traps, which will be cool. Put a line of doors and a line of cage traps. That should be reasonably safe. And no other dwarf should have to suffer from the fate that befell this poor one right here, Seagun. Although Seagun was a fool. They locked themselves out. That won't be happening again with all these doors. We'll just have to remember to lock the doors if any nasty things creep our way. So with that said, we'll place a door. How many doors is enough? 5? We'll make it 5 to start. And then we'll build a little cage trap. C. A couple cage traps. We may not actually have enough cages for these traps, so we'll order some more cages. 5 cage traps, maybe more, 6. Yeah, we'll start with 6 cage traps, and then we'll just order some more cages. We definitely won't be making iron, but we can make them out of the less valuable metals, like silver. We'll make 10 silver cages. And we'll make some cages out of other things, too. Like, what other metal do we have? Definitely not tin, because tin's valuable. We could do platinum, but that just seems silly. Make some copper cages. So we're still, as far as this humble dwarf is aware, we're still overloaded with copper. Let's just have a look at our stocks. Bars. Copper, we have 200 bars. We have a lot of silver and some nickel. So actually, let's save the copper for making bronze, and then we'll just make these out of nickel and silver. Nickel cage, 10, 20. We don't know how much nickel we have, even though we just checked. But that should be plenty. We should have plenty to do that. That is. Okay, taking a little risk, but now let's see if the human monster hunters are going to go do anything. And also there's a Dwarven mace dwarf. What are they up to? It doesn't even have a task for them. Probably because they don't belong to the fortress. Oh yeah, there's a guest, no activity. But presumably they'll want to head down into the mines and... Yeah, see, it says they've come to relax and slay beasts. That's like why people play video games. Normally you don't relax and slay beasts. Those are sort of mutually exclusive tasks. But we suppose they're going to relax first and slay later. Or slay first and relax later. Right now they're all devotedly relaxing. The miners are clearing out this top area. Slowly. They seem to have lost their mojo. Actually, there's 2 of them on their way to dig. They are working on these bedrooms, to be fair. Can't hold that against them. How many beds do we have now? Lots to place. We have 5 made, so lots more beds to be made. But we'll place the ones we've got. We'll need to make a few more doors because we used some of those doors that were meant to be for bedrooms. We've used them in our mines. So we'll make a nice couple of stone doors. How many do you say? Oh, about 15. And we'll make a couple of wooden doors too. Just make another 8 of those. An arbitrary number. So this is all looking great. The next thing we should do would be probably to create our Axe Dwarf squad. Can we even make bronze yet? If we can make some bronze, that would be very cool. That would require us to have smelted some cassiterite ore. So, oh, we can actually make it from the ore itself. Oh, that's brass. We can make bronze from the ore itself. And it may be that bronze cannot be made from the actual bars because there's no option here saying make bronze from bars. So we better stop smelting cassiterite just in case. Cancel those tasks. And we will say make bronze bars, use ore. And really truly move up to the next stage of Dwarven technology. Oh, we've got our first bunnies. It's probably a good time for us to slaughter the rabbits. We don't really want lots of rabbits. They haven't taken this to the dump. Strange. Dwarves are not interested in using the dump spot, apparently, because this was set to be dumped long ago. Has not been. The butcher looks like is carrying a... Yeah, they're carrying a giant badger-style mangled corpse. That's good. Let's watch that. That's fun. Everybody likes a good mangled giant badger corpse. At least this humble dwarf enjoys it. The children are having a field day. What are they carrying? Each of them has some pink thing, or maybe that's not a pink thing. Maybe it's just representing that they're playing make-believe. But they're positively swarming our meeting hall, our dining hall and our meeting hall. It's overflowing with kids, which makes it seem that we need to increase the size of that meeting hall so that the more mature members of our society actually have a place to sit and eat with some level of peace. Wow, it's busy in there. There's multiple dwarves on each side. Oh, just one dwarf, but there's a lot going on. We're not going to worry about that just yet. Let it be as it is. But let's make that second squad. We've started making our bronze. We've started... well, making our bronze is the main thing, actually. So let's make the new squad. We're going to call them... Let's make the uniform first, since it's asking for the uniform. But we'll call them something like the bronze axes, because they're going to wear bronze and use axes. So the new uniform, create, and we're going to call it bronze axe. We're very proud of the fact that we can make bronze now. So we'll add armor. We'll add legs, helm, gloves, boots, shield. Weapon will be battle axes. And then we go into material and painstakingly choose bronze for each one. Or we can try to make a macro. So Control R, go over, scroll down to bronze, enter, left, down, stop recording. And then we call this macro choose bronze in uniform maker. So let's try it. Much faster. Doesn't work for weapons though. Actually, maybe it will. No, bronze is in a different spot in the list there, so it doesn't quite work. We definitely don't have access to frosty metal. That sounds like an angelic material. Oh, it doesn't work for shields. That's what we were thinking of. So bronze is right here. Ta-da! So we now have the bronze axe uniform created. Now let's create the bronze axe squad. So we press C to create a new squad, appointed by this leader. Actually, oh, we don't even have a captain of the guard squad. Let's make this our captain's guard squad. So the bronze, on the other hand, the captain of the guard will require an office, so we'll just make it appointed by this leader. So bronze axe and the brands of bronze, that is a surprisingly appropriate name. It mentions bronze, but we'll call them the axes of bronze. Get rid of that space of bronze. There we go. And we do have a list of new migrants. Seemingly they'll be good for this because they aren't really too good at much else. So we'll take a recruit out of here. We'll replace them with our new migrant who was good with the mace. That's Cyril Olonam. Right there, the Gilder, soon to be Mace Dwarf. Then we'll head over to the Axes of Bronze. Oops, we should have looked at who we were taking out of the squad there. to replace them in with this one. Oh well, we'll probably find them later, or they can just chill. That's all right. So is there anybody in these new dwarves that actually doesn't want to be in the squad? Perhaps on Enamnamal, the metalsmith, but for the most part, they're not very useful professions, so we'll just take them all. So we'll start with Olon, Katalkonos. They're probably all at the bottom here. In fact, let's do this through Dwarf Therapist, because it's just going to be much easier to find them when it's alphabetically ordered. Olon, Katalkonos. Where are you? We need to refresh it. There it goes. Olon. And we'll set them to the squad, Axes of Bronze. Oh yeah, it says it's advisable to reopen this thing here, so we'll just quickly commit it. We will look in game at the Axes of Bronze. There they are, Olon Katalkonos, the farmer. And we'll go back over to Dwarf Therapist. And we'll just complete this squad. So the next one's Autumn Aralneth. Sign a squad, Axes of Bronze. Libash, Bomrek Messir. Where are you, Libash? There. Erush and Dokrodim, a spinner. We already have somebody else spinning, so that's all right. We'll set them to the Axes of Bronze, and we're going to do this 7 more times. Or 6. Eshtin Kulatit Dun. Vutok Dereldeter. Lor Asenlicid. Erdim Gakizereth. Doing the roll call. Lytast Asilvukar. Sarvesh Avalogem. Logem Nokgulzuntir. It's full. Well, we can assign a couple more dwarves to the Marksdorf squad, which is not full yet. So let's do that with Logem Nokgulzuntir. Deadly Fountains, that's our shooty squad. Ervad Kubuktost can also join. There, we got 3 full military squads. We probably want to get the other one, we probably want to get the existing mace squad to use better than copper armor. We could upgrade them to bronze, but we don't actually have that much bronze yet, so maybe they can just be our kind of second class dwarf squad for the moment. That's going to be how it is. So we now have 6 dwarves who are not busy in our listing. But we will not set them for tasks just yet, but it's good to have kind of a reserve of dwarves who are not doing anything. We'll head on back over to the main view. Now, resume just for fun. Some people are becoming mace dwarfs. So let's head into the squad, and we better build them a barracks. So we can do it right here next to this other barracks. We'll do it at priority 4. Not super important, but important enough. Just like that. And we should maybe do a round of smoothing walls, because not all the walls are smooth. We've got some new walls dug. So we'll set everything to smooth. Priority 4, and go for it. Yeah, they can smooth this hallway now too, since it's been dug. Although it's going to be it's going to be just a big open area here, so most of this won't really need to be smoothed, but the floor can be. So we'll do just the floor for now, like that. Looking good. How long will it take somebody to actually start mining this? Could be a significant long time, because the miners are busy up there. We do want this dug out pretty soon, but we don't want all the miners to rush down and do it, so we'll just let it happen when it happens. Right now, 2 miners are digging, 2 of them are carrying stuff. We should probably take our miners off of hauling, because we want them to focus on mining. We have a lot of mining to do. It does not feel very efficient to have the miners doing it. So we're going to do that. We'll just hop over into Dwarf Therapist, and everybody who's on mining will be taken off hauling. Eter Letmosiden. You don't need to haul. Oh, we can't just assign them hauling in one click. Okay, so we need to look at labor's full. We're not going over to that view because it's not especially interesting to look at, but you can watch them mine, watch this miner cart things back and forth. So Edem, not Edem, Eter Letmosiden will be unassigned from all hauling labors. Oh, it's actually kind of hard to separate them. We don't want to take them off burial, but food, furniture, push-pull vehicles they can stay on. So this is not the most efficient thing, and as you can see, somebody has been taken by a Fey Mood. That is pretty exciting. Indeed. We'll just commit this one dwarf to not hauling at least, and then we'll check out what Nish Othlokonos is up to. So Nish, how's it going? There you are, Engraver. What kind of artifact will they make? They have no skills. Engraving is not something that can make an artifact, so they shall take some kind of workshop, Craftsdwarf's workshop. Cool. Now let's follow them again and see what they grab. It's always fun getting artifacts going. And we've been well supplied with supplies, so... Oh no, don't take orthoclase. Another orthoclase artifact. Hopefully they won't take orthoclase for every piece. Yeah. Because we had another artifact of orthoclase, which it did end up being a fairly nice artifact. It was just, orthoclase is kind of a boring material, but that's okay. We'll get by. It's better to have an artifact than nothing, isn't it? Dwarf Comic asks, do we ever forbid items so we can influence their artifact? This is something we've done once before in a previous fort where we had lots of steel. We had an artifact come up for a weaponsmith, so we quickly forbade everything that was not steel, and they created a glorious steel spear, which was amazing. But when they're claiming a craft store shop, it's a little, it seems less important, although it would be nice to not have yellow stone all the time. But that yellow stone boat ended up being quite characterful. This humble dwarf is tempted to draw a picture of it, just because we have such a clear vision in our mind of this boat. It's like a yellow stone barge with yellow stone altars and a sort of religious dwarf sculpted in chrysocolla, a green gem. And it's not just, it's actually not a dwarf, it's a religious Ren man. The idea of them being religious comes from the fact that there are so many altars carved onto it, not from the actual description of the artifact. So this clever little dwarf has carried a chunk of orthoclase, and let's see, is it a he? Going to grab next, has the aspect of the Fae. Nish Othilkonos. It is a he. Let's see what he grabs. He's running over to a more interesting area. Maybe he'll get a gem. Be hilarious if he got some more orthoclase, but looks like a gem, a red gem of some type. And he'll run that back, bumping into everyone in the hallway in his excitement. Oh, hey, this has been dug out. Let's get it smoothed. Not that smoothing is very important, but we'll make it level 3. And then we'll build him a nice door. Oh no, we blocked over that piece of floor. It will never be smoothed. And then we'll build a little container. And this will make it, let's do an orthoclase coffer. This will make it suitable to be a barracks. So now we're going to place a couple containers since we're thinking about it. Put the containers on the same level with the beds so they can kind of have their if they do ever get a table, it can be side by side with the chair. This is a pigtail bag. We don't want this here. Pigtail bags are meant to be used for placing seeds in seed bags. So place everything but the bags. But we'll give them some coffers, and marble coffers, quite fancy. This is our leader. Actually, they already have a cabinet, so they probably don't need a coffer. We'll just put coffers in random bedrooms or chests, and then dwarves can store their possessions. Indulge their dwarven greed. Always good to do that. Makes them happy, you know. Oaken chest. Another oaken chest. Orthoclase coffer. That'll match the surrounding walls and stuff. This humble dwarf always enjoys having cool different colors of stuff. They don't need. Some people really hate it when they have orthoclase or whatever, but we like variety. Let's build some more marble, just a couple more, because we might need them somewhere else. We might need them for who knows what. Applewood chest. Okay, that's enough for now. Our food stockpile is getting full. Actually, this is our everything stockpile. Why are there so many barrels? Probably because we made too many barrels, because barrels won't be actually filled with stuff in the everything stockpile. Barrels will only be filled with stuff in the food stockpile, but our everything stockpile is full, is over full, which means we're not going to have room for everything anymore. So let's just make it bigger. We'll do this at a nice priority 4. Make it line up in a cool way. There. Get the macro ready. And dig me a room. Let's dig a couple of these. Why? Because eventually we're going to need the space. And it makes sense to just do a couple now. Okay, right there. It's might be one off. Ooh, it's one off. Oh no, it's not perfect. That's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect. Call that a happy little accident. It builds character. Oh, I'm not going to leave that accident though. There we go. So we just made our dwarves busier, but that's okay. They're going to have a fun time with that. Let's do a tick check on our room up here. Beetles. There were no beetles before. There's still a snail and a louse, a thrips. It's looking maybe less dense. There's a snail, slug, tick slug. What is the deal with ticks and slugs? It seems like they're only popping up in this one room. Maybe it's because there's animals there? This humble dwarf is going to consult the wizard. Let's run the fortress while we wait. So the ticks will drain blood. They are vermin, so the cats should hunt them. It's unclear why this cat hasn't hunted them all. Maybe the cat's just not that hungry. There's just too many vermin there for little Onol to eat up. His little mouth can't fit that many bugs in it all at once. We'll go with that. So this beautiful orthoclase coffer can be the home, the starting point of the barracks. And the barracks will be assigned to the Axes of Bronze. So they now have a training room. The Axes of Bronze squad is going to be set as active, schedule active training. And then should we give them some time off, the Axes of Bronze, look at their schedule. So they're currently set to just train nonstop, which could be stressful. Let's do it the other way. Instead of giving them 2 months off a year, we'll make them train with only 10, with less than 10 dwarves, that is. So we just go in here, minus, Shift enter. So that's going to definitely be a macro. So recording macro. So we say edit order, minus minus, shift enter, down to the next one. Stop recording. Dwarf comic suggests, yep, animals drum them up, yum. But this humble dwarf has had difficulty controlling the vermin population because it seems like the other animals won't eat them. Like, we have a lion pastured in there, thinking lions are kind of like cats, so maybe the lion would eat some of the lice, but they didn't seem to want to. And the pigs, like, these vermin have been multiplying in here, and we've had loads of pigs, chickens, and guinea fowl, but there's just loaded with worms. Like, do chickens eat worms? Do guinea fowl eat worms? In real life they do, but do they in Dwarf Fortress? We know cats do. So that's why we finally got a cat there. And we do have a response from old Absimiliard saying, if they recall correctly, poultry in particular do dig them up and then consume them. Aha! And guinea fowl are famous for reducing ticks. Well, that makes a lot of sense. The digging up part especially. That would explain why these particular types of vermin are only appearing in the room with the birds. So that's so logical. The chickens scratch them up, and we'll go with abs for short when referring to that helpful user. In the future, that is. So yeah, the chickens scratch the ground, they pull up the grubs or all kinds of weird little animals, and then we have lots of lice running around. So what we're going to do is we're going to pasture the cat in this former lion patrol zone. We're going to make it the cat patrol zone. And we're also going to find out if we are allowed to have a zone extend across multiple floors. And App says they think it's in the in-game explanation for them. And pigs, not being grazers. Oh, okay, that makes so much sense because, yeah, this humble dwarf has always been confused. What do pigs eat? You can just put them in a small little pasture and they're fine. But it was always strange. What would they eat? So pigs has no mention of what they eat, or the fact that you can milk them. What about chickens? Do hens talk about what they like to eat? Prized for its tasty eggs, and it can fly short distances. And finally, guinea fowl. This one's a guinea cock. It has a featherless head, interesting fact, and eats seeds and insects. So guinea fowl specifically are mentioned as being insect eaters. The others are not, so it's can be assumed that they like to gorge on the abundant worms, thrips, snails, lice, ticks, slugs, etc., filling their piggy bellies, which we then eat. So it's like we're almost eating bugs indirectly. The cycle of life. Okay, so this area, it's too big for one cat to cover, which is a little worrying. Maybe what we should do is reduce the size of our food stockpile to just the area that a cat can cover, and then make a more square stockpile, because the cat can cover a large square area, but can't cover this long of an area. That would be somewhat inconvenient. What we'll do is we'll just pasture the cat in sort of the middle, and then it should, if all goes well, kind of overflow a little bit into the next area. So we'll start it right there, stop removing zones, do the cat, oops, and it'll go over to this far. So it's covering almost the whole area. So we'll call this the cat preservation zone. Cat preservation. We'll call it cat preservation, even though it's kind of an odd name. And then go for pen pasture, and it's going to be a lonely pasture with but one animal. See, whenever this humble dwarf goes on Twitch and asks these strange questions, like why is my pig pen loaded with vermin, there's usually some helpful user that comes on and explains it, which is just great. We thought we knew a lot about Dwarf Fortress, but we've learned that there's always more to know, and it's a great value having these people to help us out. So now the cat can go and do some slightly more useful work, patrolling our food supply downstairs. and keeping all them rats and hamsters and two-legged rhino lizards away. Keep them from gnawing through our tasty wood barrels. Now let's just go check on our mega project up here. It's almost done digging. Not done yet, but it's getting there. Once this is done, this will be the top layer of our tree area. As you can see, we've got so much stone. It's amazing how much stone there is. This is just from 2 layers. And there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9 more layers to 10 more layers channeled out. So there's going to be an unbelievable thick pile of stone there. And we honestly have no idea what we're going to do with it all. But that's okay. We'll either just leave it there or somehow manage. Maybe the trees will just grow through it. But they're almost finished clearing out this floor. As you can see, there's only a small portion of the floor still left. It's tempting to start digging the next floor. Maybe that's what we'll do. So we are going to channel. If we channel from here, it wouldn't do it. So we have to channel from here to make it really work. We want to go a little bit past the edge because we're going to have this whole area we can basically use to be our fungal arboretum. That's what it's going to be. Literally, fungus tree place. So we'll dig out some more channel right here. And just like this. This is going to be all open space. It's going to be magnificent in actually, if anybody knows, if anybody can tell us how many years, how many months, how many days does it take for trees to start growing? Specifically, once you've already placed down some dirt, some mud under them. Presumably the trees don't just start growing right away. Or they start, but they take some years or some time to grow. In real life, they take years. In Dwarf Fortress, probably not years, but it's not like other video games. Like in Valheim, if you plant a tree, they'll be grown up in 2 or 3 days, and they grow from a little sprout to full size in a second, literally. If you just watch the tree at the right moment in that game called Valheim, the tree will just sprout up into a massive, well, a moderate-sized tree. And then later it might suddenly grow into a massive sized tree. But not in Dwarf Fortress, we're presuming. Presumably in the world of Dwarf Fortress, the trees will start as saplings and then progress from there, growing bigger and bigger over time. How many animals do we have? Too many? Is it time to cull the herd a little bit? We have lots of vermin. We need to remember to trade these away to the next caravan that comes. We'll say, hey, you like small animals, don't you? You can get some, ooh, large roaches. Yeah, we'll trade elves to the large roaches. And Abs has helpfully answered our question, saying that saplings appear in a month or 2. There is some RNG, so it'll be a little bit of a game of chance as far as when the saplings should pop up, but within a couple months. That's exciting. What's going to take longer probably will be actually channeling through these many massive areas. But it's in progress. Our miners are working away. It's refreshing to have the miners be so busy. Although we were having fun digging deep down below, like here. But we're also having fun digging far up above and creating a massive domed room. Another first for this humble dwarf. A lot of firsts in this game. First bronze, first time being stuck without iron, first time forgetting to bring a cat, first time having a dwarf wall himself in to the cavern and perish at the hands of a giant cave toad. So the dwarves are taking a very different route this time. Oh, let's check out Bemble's masterpiece, but these miners they're digging straight across. Last time they were digging in this interesting kind of snaky pattern all around. So let's check out this masterpiece that's been cooked at the meal prep kitchen. We'll look at what's inside the kitchen, because sometimes it's very amazing what they create. Unfortunately, we don't. It's already been picked up probably. It's being taken somewhere. This one is grabbing another ingredient. Where's our masterpiece meal? We don't have a separate stockpile for prepared foods. We can look through the barrels one by one like this. Oh, there's a prepared food barrel. But none of those are masterpiece. Plant barrels. It's most likely in transit anyway. Being carried to its destination by somebody. Asparagus roast. That's a good quality one. Anyway, it's just sometimes fun to look at the masterpiece meals because they can contain insane numbers of ingredients, like hundreds of ingredients. And it's hard to imagine it's one roast. Oh goodness, that dwarf is... We forgot all about them. They need metal bars. Screams, I must have metal bars, I must have cut gems, I must have tanned hides. Well, we have all those things. Rough gems, rock. Okay, that seems reasonable. We certainly have all those items, but it seems like the dwarf niche is not moving. Why would niche not be moving? They're asking for... Oops. How did we see that again? We'll get back to it. Oh yeah, it's Q. So rough gems we have in abundance. Rock we have lots. Metal bars we have lots. Could it be that they want a certain type of metal bars? Maybe it's the tanned hides we're missing. Let's check our stocks of tanned hides. It says we have lots. And yet niche is just sitting there. Let's see what they've grabbed so far. Stone, rough gems. Maybe it's cut gems. Did they ask for cut gems? Because we don't actually have any cut gems. Yeah, that's what they need. Okay, dwarves, time to save Nish's life. Top priority task. We're going to carve out some space. We're going to build a gem cutters area. And we are going to say, do it now. Build us some gems because it's a desperate time. In fact, we might even want to build it closer to the gem supply. But we'll just pray that they make it in time. Otherwise, we'll have to send in the military and attack one of our own dwarves, which would be nothing but tragic. Should they not get their gems in time. Okay, the miners have arrived en masse. Now we will set up a gem workshop. BW gem. See, you can tell we haven't bothered with jewelry because we don't even know what it's called. So we'll make it out of marble. Now we have to make sure that there is a jeweler, which this humble dwarf is pretty sure there's not. Let's have a look over at our dwarf therapist and we'll look at jewelry. Where's jewelry? We really never do jewelry. Okay, there's gem cutting and gem setting. Is anybody a gem cutter? There's not a single gem cutter. We'll take one of our new dwarves who is not busy, say Degel Bimakgos, and we'll assign Degel Bimakgos to be our gem cutter. There. We'll commit that. And the other thing we'll do is we'll find Degel Bimakgos. Make sure, first of all, that this place doesn't need architecture. It does not. So Degel Bimakgos is a trader. It says, there they are. They're currently storing an item in stockpile. No more. You do nothing, Degel. Nothing except your most important task. Not even feeding patients. Jewelry, gem cutting, that's right. So all of this you do. And then other jobs, none. Okay, so now we're going to follow Degel and pray to Nagalak. Hope we don't have to pray to Vukar, the skeletal dwarf of death and rebirth. That Degel gets this built soon. It's constructed. Okay, now we're going to say cut gems. What should we cut? It would be sensible to find what's the closest gem. At least something reasonably close. Where do we leave our gem stockpile? That's bars. That's bars. It's also bars, apparently. This would be the gem stockpile down here. So this box, what do we have? Ooh, light yellow diamonds. That sounds like a good one. So we're gonna cut some light yellow diamonds. And they're gonna be very poorly cut, but this humble dwarf is pretty sure that light yellow diamonds are a good quality gem. So press C for cut, and then we'll just cut 2 of them, 3 of them for fun. And we'll say do it now on all these tasks. Oops, there. And then we'll continue to follow our heroic gem cutting dwarf who's just kind of figuring out for themselves the rudiments of how to cut a gem and how to save the life of Nish. Here they go, grabbing a light yellow diamond, bringing it up, bringing it over. This is extremely tense. At any moment, the strange mood dwarf could go insane. And we pass a big thank you to our abs in the chat for reminding us. Another first for this stream, for getting to switch back to the Dwarf Fortress window. So here we go, cutting the light yellow diamond. It's being cut, and it's cut. Will Nish immediately run over and get it? No? That's kind of scary. Maybe they need more? Must have rough gems. Must have rock. Must have rough gems. Must have metal bars. Cut gems. Tanned hides. Oh, probably what's happening is the diamond that was just cut has a task on it. Yes, so somebody else is carrying it somewhere. So we're just gonna tell them to make some more gems. So basically not to worry, but we'll get get another gem going. Something from this bin perhaps. Purple spinel, how about emerald? Emeralds sound fancy. Just cut a couple of different gems. Purple spinels, red pyropes, emeralds. Just have to find them in this list. Here's a purple spinel. And an emerald. What about a red pyrope? Got one of those? There it is. Okay, so we'll cut all the red pyropes for practice, and that should do it. Whew, this is tense. Okay, they're going to cut the purple spinel. Makes sense because they're not allowed to do anything else. And then hopefully that strange mood dwarf will run off and do something appropriate instead of sitting there sulking and getting ready to go insane. They're still sitting in the workshop, which could mean that the diamond either wasn't acceptable or is still, yeah, it's still, or there's a rough purple. Anyway, we'll see what happens. The diamond may not have been placed into the stockpile yet. Okay, Tagiela's cutting. Cutting gem, there. Oh, and Nish has grabbed the purple spinel. That's unfortunate they didn't take the first gem so quickly, but maybe they'll take the first gem now. Go get that beautiful light yellow diamond. What did they grab? A leather. Some kind of leather. Leather's always sort of a questionable artifact ingredient. It kind of tears down the whole beautiful impression, for this humble dwarf's opinion. When you have like a nice rock throne, but it's got spikes of leather, or an earring with a leather icon, it's a strange impression. What self-respecting dwarf would decorate their metal sword with leather? Leather handle, sure, but a leather image of a dwarf? It's just as if they could have picked any other material. It seems like Abs would agree. Leather doesn't feel properly dwarfy. Maybe that's exactly the problem. It doesn't feel dwarfy to make something out of leather. But praise be to the Dwarven gods. Indeed, Sazir, the deity associated with wealth, has blessed us, and we shall not be getting a visit from Vukar deity of death today. By Shasad's creation of crafts, we should be happy. And we'll just kind of wait here and let this dwarf finish their task. We may as well do some work while we're waiting. We'll make some beds. Bed, bed, bed. Not there, there. But let's actually do a little macro here. So start the macro, B, click B, and then that's not going to work. So we'll try again. So we'll start by on bed placement, place one, and then go to place the next, and then we'll play it back. There we go, easily placing beds. And down here, we'll let it say it can't right there, and then we'll place a couple of beds and go to the below level and place E-bed. A couple more. There, 3 more times. It'll just do itself. Well, this humble dwarf has a stretch. Oh, we're out of beds. Okay, fun. So now it's time to place some doors. And we can do a similar thing. Place one door. Get ready to place another door. And get ready to place another door. Did we do it right? Yes, we did. We can do that 6 times, and it should just place all those doors. Now the artifact is not being made in all this time, but that's okay. These beds are somewhat important, and doors. Beds and doors. A door for every dwarf. Dwarf for every door? Not quite. Abs asks if this humble dwarf uses DF hack, as planning mode lets you pre-place things you haven't made yet. That would be interesting. It seems DF hack is just loaded with useful features, and the answer is no, this humble dwarf has not yet attempted to master the wizardry of DF hack. The name makes it sound like cheating because it's called hack, but it appears that it's more just offering convenience features that should probably be in the game, but are not. So perhaps we will experiment with that. It would be a little easier if we didn't have to wait for things to be made before we could place them. Dwarf Comic mentions vanilla has planning. And are we speaking about a different thing? This humble dwarf's impression is that the difference is that you could place a door that hasn't been made yet. Can we? Let's see. Can we place a door that doesn't see? If we try to place a door, it just says needs door. We can plan things like, we can plan designations. Like we can do marker, but that's not exactly planning. So this humble dwarf's best guess to their incomplete knowledge is that it's probably a DF hack feature, but we'd be happy to be proven wrong. It looks like this top level. Oh, right. It's been built. An orthoclase scepter. It shall be known as Zalisabras, and claimed in the name of the family ancestor, As Dipax. Yeah, we have a highly honored ancestor known as As Dipax. So let's see what warded seers Zalisabras is all about. It's our most expensive artifact, or most valuable, we should say, at 57,000. Almost double the value of our second most valuable artifact, which is this lovely orthoclase armor stand from a while back. And by the way, this is orthoclase. They just love making our items out of orthoclase. So we'll look at this in a moment. To continue with the discussion, Abs mentions that DF Hack's planning mode allows us dwarves to furnish a bedroom using a macro, and then the manager can actually build it later after the items have been built, or can place the items once they've been built, which would really come in handy because it can be frustrating having to repeatedly go back to the bedroom construction, just waiting for each item to be ready. So let's check out this artifact that's now been made. It's a yellow stone scepter. It is, of course, of the highest quality. It is encrusted with more orthoclase that's been cut and smoothed into a nice round gem-like shape. It's decorated with leather, specifically leather that came from a llama. It's also encircled with more llama leather. This dwarf clearly has excellent taste, and it's got round cabochons of chrysocolla. They're going for that fancy green-yellow contrast that we saw in our past artifact, chrysocolla being a sort of bright green turquoisey gem. So it's also got cabochons, nicely little smooth rounded gems of green. It's adorned with hanging zinc rings. Oh, and it has a very exciting image of horrors of the night in red pyrope. This humble dwarf is not sure what a horror of the night is. It must be one of the unique creatures of this world. There's also an image of gems in gem. So it's essentially a gem cut in the shape of a gem. It's not a marquise cut gem, but it's a gem cut to look like a marquise cut gem. So a beautiful yellow scepter with green gems and purple gems and a night horror in red pyrope gem. And Dwarf Comic mentions that this fancy manager ability we were talking about is similar to Stonehearth. This humble dwarf has actually not heard of anything called Stonehearth. We're curious if that would be a mod or a separate game entirely or something else. It's just magnificent watching these dwarves dig out this huge cavern. One of the many firsts, our biggest cavern. First time making such a huge cavern. Ooh, it's only going to get bigger. Perhaps we should hire some more miners. Oh yes, we were going to assign all of our miners to stop doing things other than mine. Let them get busy with that instead of constructing buildings and placing other stuff. So Dwarf Comic informs us that Stonehearth is a separate game, sort of like Dwarf Fortress, but in a voxel style, and it is indeed quite lovely. Intriguing. Stonehearth. It's one to check out. This humble dwarf shall make a note. Check out Stonehearth. We'll probably end up devoting all of our time to Dwarf Fortress anyway, but it's always cool to see what else is out there, and perhaps watch some YouTube videos of other people playing it. Moma's Ficod Shed has become a mace dwarf. Is this cause for celebration? Have they learned to mace properly? It looks like they're red. They've turned red. Being red is good. It means that they know how to mace it up. They've gained enough mace skill to truly be mace dwarves. Now we shall do that thing we were considering before and jump into Dwarf Therapist and get all these miners just to mine. Actually, maybe we'll just do it in Dwarf Fortress. It's somehow easier to unassign them from those tasks through Dwarf Fortress because we can look at the color. We can just go here and look at what's highlighted. Healthcare, no more. Hauling, no thanks. Let's do a macro for this. Get rid of all hauls after going into the haul screen. So let's actually save this macro. Unassign hauling in hauling labor screen. So we can easily do that later. And it could actually be called toggle hauling because it doesn't just unassign. So now we will repeat. No need to rinse in between. Go to the next dwarf, go to healthcare, and go to hauling, and just a quick little control P. We'll unassign all of those, and we can unassign everything else. Actually, let's assign alchemy, just as a joke. And the next dwarf, the third one, Cole Linemostuth. They are currently pasturing something, which is not something they need to do. So, thank goodness that's going to be deactivated. Pen pasture animals? Nope. May not even be possible to stop them from pen pasture animals. But if it is, we have done it. Okay, just a couple more miners to be freed up. from not mining. In fact, the last one's probably already done, but we'll check it to make sure, and it's not done. Okay. Eter Letmosiden. Oh, okay, yeah, they're selectively doing some things, but that's okay. We'll just make them truly nothing but miners, because we have like 100 dwarves. We have 98 citizens. We can afford to have a few that just mine. So this one just lost their job, or gave up their job. Now they can go do something more appropriate. And dig ye channel. This means now if we look at the channel area, we should see more things being done. They're not flashing. The game is unpaused. Probably, yes, it's because they're channeling on the next level. So we just need to finish up the last couple of channelings up here. So let's actually specify that they're to be done first, just to get them all done. We can work on the next level. This will speed it up. There we go. Now they're quickly going to start getting rid of this pile of dirt, stone, gems, rock, maybe even some ore. And then we'll designate the next floor, and they can really go for it. So we'll hit D for designate, H for channel, and we'll set it to priority 4 to match everything else. Then we'll just make an expansive cavern. This is exciting. The dwarves are going to love this, having this giant cavern underground. Never go outside again. Just as many of us would like to in real life. Who wants to go outside when we could just be inside playing with our little dwarves? No, it's important to go outside. Humans benefit from outside a lot more than dwarves do. Dwarves, it just makes them vomit, makes them unhappy, literally makes them sick. But us humans are a bit different. Of course, right now, this human is in fact a humble dwarf, so we have to be careful with how we refer to that. So there we go. That's all designated, and we can get rid of these stairs. Because we have ramps, we don't need those stairs anymore. And they're all going to pick a spot and start digging a channel. It's going pretty quick. It's actually even hard to sort of see what's going on with all the flashing stone there, but we're not going to make any effort to deal with that stone. Perhaps we will get a hole above the cavern eventually and just tell them to dump all that stone somewhere in the cavern. Maybe it'll hit those giant cave toads that killed Seagun. A little payback. Speaking of the cavern, let's go have a look. This is the cavern, and we're going to find the entrance to the cavern, which we had dug. There's Seagun's blood. Where's the actual entrance? Which floor? Not this one. There it is. Looks like the traps are there, and they may have been loaded. It's hard to tell. If they're green, are they loaded? The humble dwarf thinks they are, although it is unsure. This one is suspended. Nothing's tried to come in yet, it seems. Are any of the humans and visiting dwarves trampling through the passages down there? No? That's a kangaroo. That doesn't really tell us anything. But yeah, the guests, they're all inactive. They say they've come to hunt beasts, but none of them are going to hunt beasts. Maybe they will soon. We can only hope, because it would be fun to see some unwise humans go down and die to those beasts. Or maybe they'll even kill them. Maybe they'll win. Let's have a look at Seagun, our poor dwarf, the ghostly leatherworker. Now they're a ghost. Ooh, their little red eyes. Let's see what kind of ghost they are. A forlorn haunt, seeking out known locations or drifting around the place of death. So it's not a particularly troublesome ghost, which is good news. But we have, in fact, engraved a memorial stone for Seagun. So we should place that, and then their spirit can be laid to rest. The only question is, where shall they be entombed? Perhaps in the mines is appropriate. Seagun was a bit of a miner. a miner and a leather worker. We'll put them a little out of the way because, let's be honest, nobody's going to be visiting this grave. Let's build Seagun slab. Seagun's slab. Is it Alt-S? Probably. Alt-S is the keyboard shortcut of death. When your dwarves have died, you end up pushing a lot of Alt-S. Creating slabs, engraving slabs, and placing them there. Seagun's death slab. It looks the same as a Dwarven hill. Not a Dwarven hillocks, but just a hill. Same sprite. So that's finally done. And the ghost, in fact, the ghost has already been laid to rest, it seems. It's no longer on the map. Good. The Dwarven fortress is at peace. There are way too many animals. A reindeer has grown to maturity. Let's slaughter that, and let's slaughter this doe rabbit before it produces any more offspring, and this other rabbit too. There. So that should thin them a bit. Abs is leaving, and this humble dwarf would say thank you very much to Abs for being here and sharing your knowledge. It's always good to have friends around to help us out and enjoy the beautiful ASCII art and classic Dwarven histories. Thanks for showing up. Let's check on this digging. A dwarf has become a recruit, which is exciting. Another dwarf has become a cook. That would suggest that they're switching around their tasks. Like some dwarves have gone off duty, some other dwarves have gone on duty. And that's just a natural part of the cycle of military life. It's just mesmerizing watching them dig. It takes a long time. We should definitely occupy ourselves with something else while this is happening. The rabbit has been slaughtered. Excellent. Oh, we're running out of empty traps. It looks like the forges are quiet. Actually, they shouldn't be quiet. They're all set to do things. So we'll make some more copper animal traps. Let's just order those. We may not even need to because we've got a cat now, but we'll kind of have fun with it. We've been making animal traps for so long. It would feel wrong to stop at this point. We'll make them out of nickel. No more copper because we need that to make bronze. And let's see how the bronze smelting is actually going. They are doing it. One is. This one has stopped, which suggests we may be out of bronze bars, but out of ore. Actually, we know we're not because if we look down in the mines here, we can see lots of tin. So, cassiterite, that is. So we're good on that. We're not running out of tin anytime soon. Let's make a little cassiterite stockpile, just so we can keep our tin mining going steady. So we'll load up our handy storage room macro, build a storage room, and then eventually that's going to be where we put our tin. At least a part of it will be. Let's order a couple more wheelbarrows, just while we're thinking about it. Oh, we can make them out of metal. Yes, let's do a zinc wheelbarrow. Zinc is a good metal for wheelbarrows because it's light. It's also good for bins and barrels. So saith the wizard. Aha, Seagun. Seagun's story is finally over, as the announcement says. Seagun, get the Rimtar. Ghostly leatherworker has been put to rest. We're sorry you had to go that way. We're glad you're at peace. And we're definitely going to fix this cavern shortcut so we can easily look at the cavern where Seagun died, but more importantly, where we have traps and a proper entrance. So this is the cavern. 24 levels below the surface, 127 above what lies below. And all we need to do is go into the hotkeys and hit F5 for the cavern hotkey and then Z to make it zoom to this spot. So now we can freely bounce back to that cavern or up to our wood mining area. And in fact, let's drop down the wood mining hotkey just so that when we push it, it'll look more interesting. We'll see what's really going on here. How many dwarves are mining now? All of them. Perfect. Except for the ones that are drinking. Also perfect. Nothing but drinking and mining. It's the most proper activities of a dwarf. Well, it looks like all the rabbit pieces have been cleared away from the butcher shop in good order, quickly, and no time wasted. Is this food stockpile all good? Just double check. Yep, looks perfect. Oh yeah, this everything stockpile is now ready to be expanded. So we'll just do that. We'll go over here. We need a new stockpile. We're not going to bother to merge it with the old one by recreating it. We'll call this everything 2. The 2 is unnecessary, but it's fine. And we'll put in it everything except for the things that don't go in it. So furniture, yes, but not ladders. Not step ladders, aka other large tools. Certainly not corpses or refuse, not stone. Yes to ammo though. Coins, not bars or blocks. Yes to finished goods, leather, cloth, but not wood. Yes to weapons. Yes to armor and sheet. And that would be it. There's nothing especially complicated here to really deal with. So let's resume. Let the dwarfs get back to work. Mebzeth Balfikot has gone back to being a weaver. Oh, we've finally run out of plant thread. Are we making plant thread? Spin thread is assigned on sort of a constant activity. So if we have a spinner, let's just have a look and see if we have a spinner in our handy dwarf therapist. Spinning, it's under farming or cloth or something like that. There's spinning. We do have a spinner. It's Arish Endocrodim, and Arish is not in a squad. Yes, they are. They're in the Axe squad. So Arish is not going to be busy with that. Mebzeth Balfikod, though, is a spinner. And that's the same one that was just complaining about not being able to weave. And they're not in any squads, so Mebzeth is free to spin. Spin all they want. We also have Urvad Kuggan Keycrossed, the Pigmaster. They're not in a squad either, so they should be ready to spin. So we're all good for spinners. We'll head back to the dwarf view. Oh, this humble dwarf is thinking we should be making some clay pottery. But honestly, we just don't want to bother. So we're not going to. Not right now, anyway. Now, it might be wise to dig out the bottom level of our tree area, because then we can mud it up. Aha, okay. We could mud it up, and then that would start the saplings and the grass coming in before we take ages to dig this gigantic cavern. But that's okay. We're not going to do that. We'll just take ages to build the gigantic cavern. So now we have a weapon trap here, a beautiful fancy weapon trap. And the guild hall agreement with the Hall of Woods has been satisfied. So if we look at this location, yes, it's actually a guild hall, even though it doesn't look like much. The Earth and Owl of Farming. Conveniently named. It's worth 3,248 because of those extremely expensive weapons. And maybe the farmers will actually run some guild events, teach each other some tips and tricks of dwarven farming. Aha, a reindeer bull has been slaughtered. Let's check what parts it gave us. It gave us lots of things. Fat. We better get that soap cooking. Get that soap making. Our lye and buckets pile is looking empty. So let's make some more lye. And we may need to make ash. Let's check if we have ash in our bars. We have 3 ash. We got lots of soap now. Amazing. Our dwarves are going to be the cleanest dwarves of all. But we could still have more soap. So let's make a bit more soap. So we'll order some more ash. We'll order a bigger order of ash this time. Say 15. Oops, we have to choose the ash first there. 15. And then we'll also order 15 lye to complement the ash. So queue, new order, lye. Make lye. Okay, it's 15 lye. Sorry, that was a foreign language for a second there. Hopefully it didn't trouble you too much. And we'll allow them to do that. And look at this. Our fortress has reached 99. It's time to welcome another group of migrants, which likely is going to become our next military squad, in fact. So let's just take a sort of listing. We're preparing our notes in a window that's not visible to you good people watching, but we're getting ready to list the new migrants, and that is what shall happen now. So the first migrant has arrived. Their name is Zon Dodok Mishthem, and their profession is an animal dissector and brewer, a perfect candidate for the military. Even more perfect because they have already considered, at least, taking some practice in all these military abilities. They're dabbling. A tea. Is that a turkey or a turtle? Probably a turkey. Yeah, it's a poult, a young turkey. Another tea. Probably also a turkey. Yep, another poult. Are they different genders? Not that we care, because we're not going to breed them. They are both male. And that's it. No, that's not it. That would have been the smallest migrant wave ever. A dwarf and 2 turkeys. That may not even be possible, because this humble dwarf is pretty sure each dwarf can only bring 1 animal with them. But maybe that first one brought 2. Oh, this dwarf has a fancy name. Iteb Ustutherith Gadanurist. A 3-word name. Let's see if it's even longer than that. An herbalist. Iteb Fence Throats the Honest Dagger. Amazing. And they're an adequate herbalist too. It is kind of odd. Why do they have an extra name? Yeah, sounds like a vampire. That is a... Oh yeah, it says Dwarf Comic has suggested. That sounds like a vampire. Yeah, that seems likely. So we're just gonna note that they're a vampire, and let's check them out. See if we can get any clues, like if they have white hair or glowing red eyes. He has 5 children. He's 40 years old. Not suspicious so far. But what color is his hair? His hair is cinnamon. His skin is pink. Maybe he's dyeing it. Some vampires are very good at dyeing. His sideburns are clean shaven. It's very long. His mustache is very long, and it's combed. His beard is braided. His hair is also braided. His eyes are emerald, with large irises, and his nose is upturned. This humble dwarf wonders, is there any other way for a dwarf to come with a nickname such as the Honest Dagger without being a vampire? Could be a spy. So maybe we should give them a private bedroom. A very private bedroom. Let's see who else comes. Oh yeah, how many kills? Dwarf Comic asks. Let us see. Kills. Kills are listed somewhere. There it is. K for kills. This one has killed 5, including 2 dwarves and 3 humans. Not unsuspicious. Which is to say, suspicious. Because no dwarf should be killing 2 or even 1 dwarf. They were killed from a period of the year 99 to 112. So the last kill was, let's see, 112, so like 15 years ago. Dwarf Comic says that does not seem like enough kills to get a special name. Ah, that makes sense. But is being a vampire a way to get a special name? This humble dwarf wonders. Could the name come from being a vampire? If it is a vampire, that would be another first for this humble dwarf. We have never yet had a vampire, at least not one we knew about. We got a donkey foal, which we'll be slaughtering soon. We got Rigoth Kilradalzat, an animal dissector. aka professional peasant. And this one looks like another professional peasant. Oh, it's a leather worker actually, not a fish user. Fish worker. Obok Kadolas Doug. She has some very suspicious skills too. She is a schemer, a knife user, and an ambusher. Perhaps this fort has gained enough fame that we're starting to get suspicious, shady characters around. Because when somebody comes in with skill and scheming, that means that she's done some scheming. And just knife. Knife is not a honest dwarven weapon. Honest dwarven weapons include axes, warhammers, maces. Knives are typically used by kobolds. It's suspicious. We might just send them on an expedition into the cavern. See how that turns out. She can wield her knife down there. Take some revenge for Seagun while making the rest of us feel a little more safe at the same time. We've got a lie maker and also a teacher, which is good for a military dwarf. If they eventually learn how to do stuff well, then they can use that teaching ability to teach others. Lorbam Sazir Regath. Butcher. Another good military candidate, and that truly is the end of this migrant wave. So maybe what we do is create a squad of 2, and have them explore the cavern. That seems like a good idea. They can give their lives, or not. Maybe they'll actually be successful. But exploring the cavern is useful in any case. So let's create a military squad. We're going to call it something creative. Actually, we should probably create a uniform for them. Yeah, let's create a uniform for them first of all. So it'll be copper armor. Can we copy a uniform? That would be handy. Looks like no. So we'll create a new uniform. Add. This one's going to be called cheap gear. And it's going to have armor. Now copper's actually not that cheap because we need it to make bronze. This humble dwarf is going to check what is the ratio of copper needed to make bronze. Because we have lots of copper and not so much tin. We look at our bars. We currently have 221 copper. We have no tin smelted, but we have a bunch of tin ore lying on the ground. So when you smelt it from ore, it takes 1 cassiterite. Oh, that actually also uses ore. Plus 1 to make 8 bronze bars. But it's 1-to-1 tin to copper. So basically we don't need all the copper we have. So we can make the cheap gear a copper squad. And it'd be nice if we could just add to some copper tasks, but no, it looks like we'll have to make little fresh suits of copper armor for them. So we'll just do that with this. Cut native copper. Now we're going to make copper, full copper gear. We may already have enough copper helms that we don't need to make them, but we'll make a breastplate. 2. We will make copper with 3 Ps. We'll make, what else? Greaves, yes. 2 greaves. We'll make some high boots. Not a cap, no. High boot, 2. We'll make a shield. And maybe we missed helm? Yeah. 2. Let's see, what do we got? Breastplate, greaves, boots, shield, helm. Gauntlets we need. Forge, copper gauntlet. It should say gauntlets, really, because it makes 2 per order. So we will go into this. We'll go copper. And what else are we going to make? Well, a weapon, of course. We make a knife, because she knows how to use a knife. Let's see. Short sword would be the closest thing to a knife. but it seems a little mean to equip them with short swords. Well, a lot of the things down there in the caverns are not armored, don't have any hard shells or anything, so we'll go with short swords for the cheap gear squad. So now we can finish making that uniform. Cheap gear. So we do have a macro for this, and we're going to load it up. Oh, it's to choose bronze though, so that doesn't help us. So we'll go into material, and we will actually just quickly make a copper one. So record, go over, go down to copper, select it, go left, go down, stop recording. And then we'll save this, we'll call it choose copper in gear uniform material selector. Okay, now we can just do that for everything except for shields and weapons. There we go, it's all copper, and the shield is also going to be, of course, copper. Right there. And then for the weapon, we're going to assign them to have a short sword, copper short sword. And then we go into material and make it copper. There. So cheap gear, all set. We just need to basically wait for their gear to be ready. But we're going to go ahead and assign those 2 dwarves to that squad. And we got to make the squad now. So we have to come up with a great name for them. Cheap gear. Oh no, we just made them the captain of the guard. Well, that's okay. They won't be alive for long. So at least if all goes well. So we won't have to make them a nice bedroom or anything. So we'll make the captain our suspected vampire, Iteb. Ustutherith Gadanurist. He can stab them with his honest dagger. There's Iteb, an herbalist. How ironic. You spare dwarves, you spare animals by eating plants, but eat from the dwarves. And the other one that we have some suspicion of is named Obok. Cadwellstug. This humble dwarf cannot remember if there are actually traders to fortresses that can arrive, but better to be safe than sorry, right? So we're going to create 5 new bedrooms for the new dwarves. We may as well request 5 new beds too. Beads, 5 beads, 5 beds. It was based on a typo that we were saying beads there. 5 new beds, and let us dig them out. So we'll load up a macro, dig 2 bedrooms going up. Pull out our digging tool, go right there. 5 new bedrooms, so do 2 here, 2 on the right, and then 2 more here. And we actually should have some extra bedrooms, because we created some extra last time too. So, are there any rooms without beds? There's still a few. We'll place the last few beds. Only 2 beds there, so we'll need to build more beds. And we definitely need to assign all these beds as well. Oops, that's an oversized bedroom. That's more like it. We may as well get the doors in, whatever doors we have, because that would make it easier to designate the rooms without having to size them. We're all out of doors. Wow. What's going on with our door order? Are they making them? Construct wooden door. There's construct rock door. Don't see construct wooden door. So let's just request a few more wooden doors. Right there. Do like 15. Okay, now we should be sort of set for doors for the dwarves. 15's really not even that many. But there's some rock doors coming. It'll be more than we have anyway. This is going to be our stockpile of cassiterite ore. So while we're looking at it, let's set that. Stone. This whole area. Settings. We'll call it tin ore. And then we go in here. Block all. Metal ores. Allow only. Cassiterite. There it is. So that's now our tin pile. So hopefully some dwarves will start carrying tin way up from deep below the surface. And as soon as the squad, what do we call them? Oh, the Ogre Masters, we haven't named them yet. So what should we call them? The Bold Explorers. They're doing a great service. As soon as the Bold Explorers are outfitted, then we'll send them down into the mine, or into the deeper than the mine. Yes, they have nothing right now, but they'll have it soon enough. Actually, we better set them on duty so they actually equip their gear too. So Bold Explorers, D, schedule active. That's perfect. We don't need to view their schedule because they're just active all the time. We're not bothering to set them up a barracks. They don't need training. They're ready. She knows how to use a knife. And he, well, he's got superhuman stats, probably. And if not, he'll die a noble death. It'll be a noble death either way. So we're kind of feeling an urge to butcher something. What do we got? What spare animals do we have? Oh, something grew to a stray donkey. What perfect timing you have, little donkey. You don't have a name. That's perfect. Okay, so yeah, you're ready for slaughter. Anything else big ready to slaughter? A bull? Yeah, we don't really need a bull. That's a lot of meat all at once, but let's go for it. Any rabbits left? Oh, there's some baby rabbits. We're not going to slaughter them. Let them get a little meatier first. A little meat on the bones. What about over here? We actually have so many birds, we probably should construct some more nest boxes. So let's just go ahead and do that. Go in here, and for some reason we're not doing this through the manager. And it wasn't N. Where's nest box? Oh yeah, it's under rock. Oops. We got this. Easy. We'll just do it through the manager. Request nest box. We could forge them too. We've kind of had fun making stone nest boxes though, so we'll do a couple more stone nest boxes. 2, say. 4. Let's do 4. And then we're also going to just check how many birds we have, kind of for fun. So let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just counting them as we go. 7. Actually, we should count the females because the males obviously will lay eggs. So 1, 2, 3 female birds. 4. 5. 6. 7. 2 male turkeys. So 7. That's it. 7 egg-laying birds. And we currently have 4 nest boxes. So if we made just 3 nest boxes would be enough. 4 will be plenty. Thob has ended his mandate. That was a mandate to create 1 rock gem. And let's check out what Thobs actually still needs, because we didn't really pay too much attention to them. They need 2 chests. Okay, they need an armor stand. We did build them an armor stand. So we'll put the armor stand in their dining room. The problem with their dining room and such is that we haven't actually assigned it yet. So we'll assign their office. It's unclear why they even have an office yet, but we'll assign their dining room. We'll put the armor stand in the dining room. So yeah, this has been assigned. Okay, that's the office. So we go here, assign the table, dining room, enter, assign table to the mayor. Oops, assign table to the mayor. Now let's check their mandates. How's Thob doing now? Oh, they're all good. Oh, right, because the armor stand was in that room already. So they just need their quarters to be improved a little bit to be totally happy. So we'll go do that. Improve Thob's bedroom. It's up here, the one with the gold cabinet. Right there, nice gold cabinet. So Thob's bedroom. What does it need to make it more beautiful? It could have a chest. It could have a table. We don't like putting tables because then they end up not eating in the dining hall. So what random furniture do we have? Let's actually check the stocks just to see if we have some random furniture we can place. Armor, no. Put an animal trap in there just as a joke. A copper one. Oh, actually, we can put a copper animal trap with an animal in it. Let's try that. Maybe Thought will like that. So we'll go build animal trap. Animal trap M needs empty animal trap. So you can't build a filled animal trap? That's a little strange. Maybe it would only work if they're assigned as a pet. We can't put those trapped animals into a cage as far as we know, but we can just build a cage. Let's do that. You have a nice cage in your room. Really livens up the place. What's the most valuable? Silver, nickel, willow, or papaya wood? Silver would seem to be most likely, but sometimes the values of materials can be a little strange, so let's ask the wizard. Silver has a material value of 10. Nickel? Only 2. Willow, it's wood, so it's going to be 1. It has 2. Yes, this humble dwarf is struggling to type the word willow. But its value is, it's going to be 1 because it's wood. And then papaya wood's also 1. So yeah, nice silver cage. It's worth 10. Maybe that'll bring it up to the next level. And if not, we can put an animal in it. Zuglar Bungekber's having a fun time storing drop off. Oh, because Zuglar has that burrow, the animal catching burrow. Maybe we should make Zuglar's animal catching burrow a little bigger. Give them the full run of the fortress. Because it doesn't include all the bedrooms now. Not that it really needs to, because their own bedroom is almost certainly in it, but we'll just make it include all the bedrooms. Zuglar can perform their animal catching duties everywhere that the dwarves can go. Where does it not cover? Doesn't cover this new expansion. I'm not going to bother going upstairs with it, but and oh, it doesn't cover the whole stockpile too. So I'll allow Zuglar to go in the whole stockpile. Looks perfect. Okay, that's just for Zuglar, the vermin trapping burrow. So they didn't, go outside and trap all the wild hamsters and bring them in. That was the early days of the fortress. It's still fun to think about it. Now we're just curious. This humble dwarf is wondering, what is this flashing red and green thing? Let's stop flashing. Oh, it's gone. Maybe it flew up. Weird. It was right around here. Good news, we've slaughtered a bull. Whatever it was, it's gone. It was probably like a fly. Okay, let's see what we got from that bull. Oh, we still got lots of reindeer parts. Some delicious tripe, spleen, kidney. That's gonna make good prepared food soon. Yep, and there's bone and horn. Do we have our bone crafts going? They are. Bone and horn are set to go. We should also set tooth crafts going. So just get that going. Tooth. Yeah, well, this is like our only source of crafts in this fort. We're gonna make crafts perpetually. And just for fun, let's make some large tooth gems, because what would that even look like? We don't know, but we're gonna make 15 of them. Let's check what kind of stuff we have here in our bone pile. We've got skulls. Oh yeah, we should make some totems from the skulls. Because this humble dwarf is pretty sure there's nothing to make from skulls except for totems. They're not used for regular bone tasks. So make a bunch of skull totems. We don't want to use them all now, because if some dwarf ends up asking for a skull for their project when they go mad, that might be a problem. On the other hand, we can always just slaughter something, so it shouldn't be a problem. Skull. Oh, can't just say skull. What about totem? There it is, make totem. Let's just make, let's run out of skulls, sure. Make perpetual order for totems. Magnificent. Resume. Well, let's check on our big project up here. Wow, it's going. Meaning it's not done yet, but it's just beautiful. You can see them working away, working hard down here. Channel, channel, channel. These miners are getting extremely proficient. They're probably legendary miners already. Let's see if they're legendary miners, because they've been working so hard. Legendary miner and legendary miner. Yeah, Oostooth and Meng. Well, Meng Mubun Kubuk's been a legendary miner for quite some time now, but it certainly helps them to mine faster. That actually makes this humble dwarf think it would be a good idea for us to assign another dwarf to mining. We've got a few new migrants without useful jobs, so let's do just that. Do we have a spare pickaxe? It'll be under weapons, W. It's a little unclear. 3, 4, 5. We have 5 picks, 5 miners at the moment. So we don't have a spare pick. So we'll just make a few picks. Let's see, are these places busy? 2 of them are active. Problem must be that we don't have enough dwarves set to make this like kind of regular stuff. Like we have armorers, but we're not like assigning them to make a lot of armor at the moment. Let's just make some practice armor. But first we're going to make some picks. So I'll place an order for some picks. Order pick. What should we make them out of? It doesn't matter. We can make of anything. Well, any of these 4. So literally just copper. I'm not wasting bronze on that. So we'll make, how many more miners do we want? 3, 2, 4. Let's actually make 3 more miners. So that's going to be a lot more miners. So that'll be great. We have the dwarf power for it. Great, so we've got those picks. We're also going to make an order for some practice armor. So, what should we make our practice armor out of? Let's pick a material first, and then we'll assign the practice armor to be made. So we go to bars. We can make some gold armor. That's just awesome. Platinum armor. We can make armor out of charcoal. Actually, that's not possible. Neither is it possible to make it out of soap. All that might be fun for the children. But let's see, we've got not a lot of zinc. Zinc's kind of useful for making bins. We have quite a bit of bronze, so we can make some not practice armor. Maybe that's what we'll do. Make some non-practice armor. We'll call this the serious armor. And then we will go workshop profile. And we'll just quickly glance over at our dwarf therapist and see who is a good armorer. We have one dwarf who is a legendary armorer, so they can be the serious armor maker. The serious armor place. We have multiple dwarves assigned to armor. Kosoth is an expert. Melville is proficient. But there's one in particular that's even better. Yes, right here. Dodok Evostaten. So this will be Dodok's place exclusively. Dodok Evostaten. Now it's a real skill to find the dwarf out of this listing. Wow, it's by Nigalax Flippers. It's a fun task. Oh, there's Dodok. If we hadn't spent so much time thinking about our deities, we could have done it a little quicker. Gadan be praised, sunshine abounds. So now we will do something else on this workshop, which is also in the profile. We're going to do a work order. And we're going to have them make bronze gear for the bronze squad. So, bronze. They're going to be wielding battle axes. So we'll start with 10 bronze battle axes because it's important that the weapons be good quality first of all. And maybe we'll just let them complete that first. And actually we can make this weaponsmithing only, so that's very cool. But we don't want just weapon. We'll make it, oh okay, we'll make it weapon and armor. And now we realize that we've assigned an skilled armorer, but we've just asked them to make weapons. So we're still in Dwarf Therapist conveniently. So we'll look at weapon smithing and see who's the best at that. And it's not as impressive. It's not level 16, but it's another Dodok. Dodok Kikath Suntier. So we'll go to Dodok Kikath Suntier and we'll allow them to work here as well. Which you can't see until we click this. Dodok Kikath Suntier and the other Dodok. So this is our serious gear. We'll rename it instead of serious armor. We just have to click into the right window or something. Escape, done. Cursor's not moving. go back into the workshop profile. That's also not working. That's a little scary. Well, maybe we're editing the name. That's what it is. Okay. Not to fear. Serious gear. Okay. Let's just do a safety save now. Every time we get a little scared about the game possibly crashing, that's the time when we do a save. Because it would be a shame to lose all this beautiful progress that our dwarves have made. And we will not lose it. We will just save every now and then. And if we had to go back, we wouldn't at least have to go back as far. We've had fun so far. We've had some learning experiences. Like we found out that the reason why there were so many lice in the chicken region was that chickens were actually scratching them up out of the ground to eat them. And the guinea fowl were devouring them as well, and maybe even the pigs. So the cat wasn't really needed to control those vermin. And the cat's peacefully catching some stuff down here. And actually we can see some of the stuff the cat's caught. There's an EMA of remains of a two-legged rhino lizard. And some more remains over here. Actually, oh, they're not even dead yet. It doesn't say remains. It just shows nothing. Maybe it's inside the barrel, but you see the cats there, Onol imsalavus. And there's also a little purple, looks kind of like a 2 flashing. That represents a vermin that the cat's catching. Let's follow the cat, see if they're chasing the vermin or hanging out on top of it. They're just hanging out on top of it. Maybe they're eating it. Oh, it moved. It's like they're just playing with it. Holding it in their mouth, perhaps. In fact, that's the most likely thing. Can we see the cat's inventory? Let's check. So we're looking at the cat now, looking at its inventory. Oh yeah, it's got a large roach remains in its mouth. Onol's just walking around proudly with this roach that he caught. Maybe he's going to go give it to his friend. He does have a master. Although he's stuck in this burrow, so he can't. He's stuck in this pasture. That's okay. He's proud of his roach kill. By Shasad Kotsnakud's Beard of Creation. What are these creatures doing? Some poults are hanging out in our dining hall. That's not where they belong. They should really move up into the place with all the other, well, not the other poults, but the other birds. There they go. Also appear to have an unpastured donkey. Not like unpastured milk. This isn't good. So we'll pasture up that donkey so it can be sure to have some good grass. Let it grow up big and strong before we butcher it. Lovely. I'll unpause. We're waiting for some gear to be made, the cheap gear. The idea with the cheap gear is that it'll let us equip our squad, the bold explorers. Actually, let's see. These squads are well equipped, but the bold explorers, you see, they're not equipped yet. So we're just waiting for all that copper gear to be made. Have we ordered it? Oh yeah, we ordered 2 of each, so we're all good on that. So we just need some thoughtful dwarf to make all that copper gear. Let's check if anything's happening. Copper bolts, breastplate, so it's all set to be done. Oh, it seems like by restricting this gear place to only make gear, it seems like we restricted gear to only be made of this place, which is not what we wanted. So let's adjust the workshop profile. So we want this to only happen here, but we don't want things to happen only here. That's kind of odd. You'd think the copper would be allowed to be made at these other places. Well, let's check their workshop profiles. Yeah, they're all green. So it's a little strange that these copper things are all happening here. What we'll do is deactivate this Maybe that'll help somehow. Still showing those all being made there, but we won't worry about that. It'll all get made eventually, of course. Looks like we've got numerous cages being made. Perhaps they'll load these cage traps. It is a little strange that these cage traps are not loaded, while the ones in the mine seem to be. Oh, because these ones aren't even constructed. But why are the ones down here in the mine seemingly have been constructed? Unknown. But that's okay. We'll figure it out eventually. Let's just look at what we have revealed. Others. Is there anything? Oh, there's a Dreltha. Yeah, that's in the mines. We were wondering if there would be anything in, not the mines, but the caverns. If there's anything in the caverns. There's a Dreltha right there. Dreltha is something that this humble dwarf has never seen before. It's a large, long-bodied grazer with a thick mane. It feeds on the tops of tower cap mushrooms. So it's like a grazer, but it eats the tops of tower caps, which, as far as this humble dwarf knows, those are essentially trees, fungus trees. Like this. This is a tower cap. Tower cap cap. Cap of the tower cap. So yeah, that Dreltha's moved outside where we can see again. Interesting. Let's see how our mega dig project's going. Well, it's continually, beautifully mining. These wonderful digging dwarves. We're waiting for some more pickaxes to be made so they can be joined by even more miners. We're waiting for copper gear so we can send our bold exploration squad of possibly a vampire and possibly a spy to explore the caverns for us. And we're not waiting for a whole lot, really. Just a couple things. Just the basics. This squad is training. They're going to be re-equipped with bronze, possibly. Or actually, this is the bronze squad and this is the copper squad. The bronze squad does not yet have their bronze, but it's being made. It looks like we've run out of cloth thread. What about spinning thread? Can they still do that? We should have a lot of wool because we've been shearing our yaks all along. Or maybe we haven't. We should place a farmer's workshop outside. Something for the farmers to shear the yaks so they don't have to lead them in, shear them, bring them back. So we'll just build a farm workshop outside. We'll make that the yak shearing spot. This is the pig milking spot up here, where we milk the pigs. Let's resume. There's still a few bedrooms that need to be made. Actually, there's a strangely large amount of refuse up here. What is this all? Oh, it's all just cartilage. Oh yeah, hamster remains. Because now we have a cat. So the cat's actually catching things and putting them in there. And these Kia bodies. Kia skeletons still haven't been moved. Very strange. We have a dump. We have refuse piles, corpse piles. Nobody seems to want to touch those Kia mangled corpses. This has not changed in some time. So we're going to place some beds. We're going to use our little macro. Do we have one? No, we don't. Okay, we're going to make a little macro. Oh, we only have 2 beds to place. Okay, so we'll let them keep making beds. Maybe we'll come back to that later, after the dwarves have had some time to place more beds. They are still spinning thread, that's good. They just can't weave it into cloth just yet. Oh, we should let our jeweler get back to doing their normal stuff. We had one dwarf that we made a jeweler as on an emergency basis some time ago, Degel Bimakgos. And they're actually not assigned to anything else at the moment. Maybe we'll just make Degel our jeweler, have them cut some gems. That could be fun. So yeah, let's do it. Let's cut all the gems. But maybe we'll put a gem cutting workshop a little closer to the gem stockpile. Wouldn't that make sense? Whatever. Leave it right there. for now, anyway. We can try cutting the less valuable gems as sort of practice. Smoky quartz doesn't sound valuable. Wood opal certainly doesn't sound valuable. Milk quartz. Typically anything quartz isn't going to be too great. Rose quartz, we're not so sure. We'll try it. Savorite doesn't sound too good. Heliodor, that may be more valuable. Topazolite. Is topazolite the same thing as topaz? Let's ask the wizard. We must enter its name onto the great wiki. Oops, it's been mistyped. Topazilote, no, topazolite. Topazolite has a material value of 20, semi-precious gem, so that's a good practice gem. And then we'll quite likely end up getting a real gem cutter showing up in one of our migrant waves. Levin opal, neat. That's a new one. Red spinel, why not? And that's a maxed out gem workshop, so that'll keep the jeweler busy for a long time. And that'll go through probably, well, it'll go through all the gems we have of those types, and it'll go through a lot of gems, so that should be good, should be quite interesting. Butcher's shop is very full. We may have overdone it, butchering both the bull and the reindeer at the same time. But hopefully they're able to lug everything out of there before, before it starts to rot. Are these all empty barrels? Yeah, so we have lots of extra barrels. We don't need to make more barrels. What are these weird X's? Is that a form of cage? We've got these dividing signs. Oh, those are the zinc barrels. Nickel cages, silver cages, zinc bins. So it's like your average barrel, but this humble dwarf is just so used to seeing them made out of wood that to see them made of another material is a little surprising, confusing. It looks like we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more beds. So we'll just go ahead and order those right now. 7 more beds. And then we'll be set for all the dwarves we have and a couple extra. And we should assign bedrooms for these unbedroomified beds. It's important because the dwarf cannot figure out that if you put a bed in a room, they won't think that's a bedroom until their overseer. This humble dwarf tells them that they can in fact sleep there. The military will use it. Military will use unassigned beds. But your average dwarf has a thing about a bed being assigned. It has to be designated as a bedroom. Or they'd rather sleep on the floor than sleep in an undesignated room. We seem to have run out of animal traps again. Oh, a masterpiece copper high boot has been made. That's good. The copper armor is in progress. Soon the bold explorers will be ready to take to the caverns below. That will be very exciting when they finally go. Oh, and it looks like our level has been fully mined, so it's time to start designating the next level of mining. Wonderful. Designate channel. The cavern grows. The cavern of trees below. So let's do the full bulk of it to start. Right over to here. Just channel all that, including the stairs. Indeed. And we can make it a little neater, a little cooler by having it stick out to the sides more. We're not going to be very fancy and make like a very cool, smooth shape. We could actually use the mouse for that. Let's try it. Do a little pixel art style. Nice. Round room. Never before seen in Dwarf Fortress. That's not true, but we can pretend. It is unusual, and it is kind of cool. This room is going to be so fun when it's all done. You just imagine the trees growing up to the top. That is if we don't get murdered by some horde of goblins first. We don't actually have great defenses against goblins. On the other hand, it seems like there are very few goblins at war. So why don't we just take this time right now, since we're talking about goblins and war, let's have a look at the civilizations. So this is where we are, the glowing or flashing yellow X, a place called the Strangled Point. Our site government, we named it the Razor of Crows. That was actually the suggestion. And our civilization we did not get to name is called the Sack of Smokes. Mirrorfountains, of course, we did name. That is our very own fortress. Now, as far as nearby civilizations, there is something here. It's somewhat concerning. A Dwarven tower. That would be a necromancer tower. It's full of books with suspicious names. These artifacts. The mountain halls and other travesties. Who would make a mockery of mountain halls? That doesn't sound like an honest dwarf. Extinction, in theory. Do you know the tower? Yeah, that's a tower, all right. Aside from the fact that it says it is. But if we look at this, there's a strange thing here. There are goblins, but they're not at war. We have no contact with them. We're not at peace, but we don't have contact. We're not at war. Down here is nothing, but down here, this is actually a Dwarven civilization. It's called the Fresh Ores, so that's not our people. Our people are way over to the left here. These are our people, this red diamond symbol. They're known as the Sack of Smokes, and they're spread out across many points here. They've got a hillocks there, 50 people, a hillocks with 50. Let's try to find a place with a large number of people. The largest we've seen so far is about 100. That's actually the size of our fortress. There's one with about 200, Dwarven Fortress of Rough Trammels. Our fortress will never get bigger than 200, because that is the maximum number of dwarves that are willing to live in a fortress, unless you edit the game files. So yeah, that's... Oh, there's another one, Whirl Moist, run by the Bell of Guises. That's a big one. Another one, another big one. So our civilization is quite healthy. Wow, this one's got 400. So there's 3 places with 200 dwarves each, and there's 1 place with 400, plus a couple with 100. So there are hundreds of us. There's very few things at war with us. If you look at the red outlines, you can see there's only 2 red outlines. Those are the civilizations that are at war. And this one is human. Civilization, what are they called? We see a site government, but we don't see a civilization name. Probably because it's a tower. So that would be another necromancer tower. We don't like them, but we have mace dwarves, so at least we can bash them a bit if they do end up coming at us. This one is a goblin fort. So this is the only goblin civilization that's actively at war with us. And it's only a population of 30. So we're sort of safe for the time being, but not in the long term, because goblins don't tend to stay at peace for long. This is a human hamlet. This is a goblin hillocks, but it's a small one, and it's isolated. You can see it's that yellow R. It's the only one of its kind. There's no other yellow R's. There's a kobold hamlet. They don't even have a civilization. What's this white thing? An uncivilized fortress. And then the closer neighbors, there are the goblins. There's this scary tower that's not at war, but probably will be soon. There's a dark goblin pit that will probably be at war soon as well. And it's only just over a day's travel away. Then there's our friendly dwarves. We have had no contact with, but hopefully they'll be friends when we see them. They should be, they're dwarves. And then there's a bunch of more goblin pits, so those are potential conflict in the future. And then over here, this is the same goblin civilization that we saw over here, the Sin of Tiring. There's also this one, Dark Goblin Fortress of Snake's Torment, the civilization called the Untoward Plague. The Untoward Plague is pretty significant. They have a lot of land over here, and as we saw, that first place we looked at had a population of about 2,000 goblins. Is it a goblin? It's a Dark Goblin Fortress, so it's very likely that Dark Goblin Fortress there is ruled over by a demon. Oh, there's one with 5,000. Scary. Yeah, these pink, like, standing up thing, that's a Dark Goblin Fortress. It happens to look exactly the same as a cabinet. So you may see on some players' games that in the world map, there are these cabinets in the dark areas, and cabinets are fortresses. But in this tile set, we've decided to keep the things that look like two different things. Like this is both a cabinet and a dark goblin pit. So for things like that represent two very different items, we've decided to keep them more basic looking. You can use your imagination to see it as either a dark goblin fortress or say a gold cabinet like we have in our mayor's bedroom. And there's a lot of other stuff happening in this world, but we don't need to cover all of it. Ironically, when we placed our fortress, we put it smack in the middle of the least civilized area, the least populated area right here. This might have been a smart idea because it gives us limited contact with the other civilizations. We still get trade caravans from elves and from dwarves. We've never had a human caravan, but we haven't had any goblin attacks. It's been over a year. Maybe we'll get some contact with the human hamlet of Goal East eventually. Confederacy of Charity. It would be nice if we could meet up with the Confederacy of Charity. Get some traders, because humans would come in the summer. Currently we have no traders in the summer. So that's not bad, but it would be nice to have them. And we'll head over back here and finish designating. Just the right side here, we're going to extend it a little more. Get a good, you can go right to the edge. Get a good size area inside for the wood. So we can grow lots of wood and it'll just be beautiful. There, nice rounded edges like that. Don't get too careful with it. It's not worth the effort. Okay, we'll unpause. Is somebody digging? There's nothing flashing here, but no doubt it will start flashing soon. We'll better update our hotkey just so that it goes to this spot. So we're doing hotkey 4, which is our treetops, and now it's set to zoom here. I can quickly jump back. There, the first spot has begun to be dug. Why did they choose to dig right there? No one knows. All we know is that they did. There goes the dwarf. It's Unib Love Canyon. Love Canyon. That's a funny dwarven name. So let's check out what's happening back home. We're sort of anxiously awaiting the gear output so we can send our new migrants off down to explore the caverns. The migrants who may or may not be some sort of night creature or something like that. Oh, copper shield is being made, so it's in progress at least. A little odd that they're not doing the armor at these other places. Oh, maybe we created the work order in the wrong place. No, it says no link shop for all this stuff. Just strange, but we're not gonna worry about it. And look at that, we've created a masterpiece willow barrel. That'll help us hold all our masterpiece goods. Sure, why not? Let's see, soap is not being made. That's a little weird, because we have an ongoing order to make soap, don't we? This humble dwarf really thought we did, but it looks like we don't. Maybe we had ordered a certain quantity of soap. We should just do an unending soap order. So that's now done. Let's check our garden here. We don't actually have a lot of different seeds. It seems like our land is a little low in biodiversity. They've got celery. These are the ones we've already started farming. Celery, purple amaranth, rhubarbs, asparagus, and strawberry plants. But we've run out of seeds on strawberry plants and rhubarbs and asparagus. So there's just rope reeds and grapevines, which we can also plant. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Call this rope reeds. And then we will set rope reeds and we'll go to every season, A, D, C, B. Those are the buttons we push to switch between the seasons. At the bottom right, you can see the seasons kind of sparkling as we switch between them. This is our rope reeds. And then this will be the grapevines. So we'll name it grapevines. We'll set it to grow grapevines. There, now it's set for all seasons to grow grapevines. That's 2 more spots producing plants. As you can see, we have many, many plants, 1,616 plus 616 seeds. Although, this humble dwarf does note our drink supply has tanked. Why would that be? It was at 1,500. It appears the still has stopped brewing. There's no order in the still, so we're just going to recreate that order to brew. Very likely that's from that time when we accidentally canceled some tasks without knowing what tasks we canceled. Maybe it's good that we had a little break from brewing for a bit to let the plant stocks regenerate. But there, now we have 1,000 drinks, and we're gonna start turning our 1,500 plants into drinks too. This child appears to be singing. There's a musical note over them. Let's see, stimulating a Danman. Oh yeah, well, doesn't the child know we have a Danman? Maybe someone else is using it. This one's just socializing, but that's probably the Danman right into them. It's hard to see. Oh, there's floor fungus. Neat, and cave moss. Why is that? Is it because there's soil there? Yeah, that must be the reason. All our soil is getting covered with floor fungus and cave moss. Ever since we struck the cavern, released all those beautiful mossy things. Let's see if our new pickaxes are ready. We ordered some pickaxes. Copper picks. 3 out of 3. They haven't started making them yet. Hopefully they will soon. Battle axe. Yeah, it's strange, none of the metalsmith's forges are currently set to make copper picks. Why not? Maybe these other places need to have their labor restrictions unrestricted? No, they're all permitted. Strange. The pickaxes aren't set to make anywhere. But what we'll do, maybe we should just check how workshop profiles work. Consult the wizard. Like, will the weaponsmith only work in the place where they're the assigned worker? In that case, it would sort of explain why the weaponsmith was not. But you can restrict the use of individual workshops to named dwarves, or by skill level of the dwarf. It doesn't seem to really answer the concern. Okay, well, let's just try telling them to make a copper pick here and see what happens. We'll try assigning them to make a copper pick at each workshop. Like that, and finally here. And then eventually we'll have 3 copper picks made. And we'll actually set that to be the highest priority task on each workshop. Just like that. There we go. And now they're going. They're making copper picks. Oh, and looks like this hardworking dwarf has immediately gone to start making a pick right there. Dodok, the armorer, it would seem, must also be a weaponsmith. Or, no, it's just a weaponsmith. This humble dwarf just assumed they were an armorer because they'd created an artifact. But they must have created something a bit less impressive, that dwarf. A masterpiece marble door, beautiful. How many beds do we have? Can we finish these yet? Only 1 bed made so far. We're gonna have to give them some more time to make up those beds. This one barracks is empty. This must be their month off. Scalena. Dangerous terrain. Interesting. We should look at the announcement screen every now and then, just in case it says the dwarves are fighting. Somebody was interrupted by a giant Kia not too long ago. That's concerning. It seems just one dwarf was interrupted. We've really narrowed down the population of giant Kias. At least we thought we had. There's a squad of them out there. Perhaps we'll station the dwarves outside. Oh, and there's a cave crocodile. Let's see what they do. Are they coming at us? No, they're going for a swim. They're just kind of relaxing in the caverns. They don't seem to have any... No, there's our old dwarven body. This cave crocodile doesn't seem to have any urge to enter the fortress. Let's see. Perhaps we spoke too soon. Is it going to climb up towards the entrance, just to the left? No, it's just kind of swimming around in the water. Okay, well, we're safe for now. Unless this cave crocodile decides to do something more aggressive with its time. The mega project continues. And what was that dangerous terrain? We did have another interrupted by a giant Kia, by the way. Let's just quickly look at the... Oh, another one there. Okay, yeah, we're going to send the crossbow dwarves out. And they can take care of those Kias. But we just wanted to check the dangerous terrain. What's the deal with that? Why are these miners canceling it from dangerous terrain? Because we're not telling them to do anything really controversial. We don't think. Just channeling, digging out some floors. Like this is all cleared. This is the floor above. This is the floor where they're channeling out of. And this is where it's going to clear out when they do channel it. Anyway, it's not anything to really worry about. Let's see where the giant Kia alerts were. Were they right out front? Yeah, they're right out front. So we're gonna... You'd think the Kias would like notice all these dead giant Kias out here? Like this one, the pools of Kia blood. But apparently they're not scared. They have no fear, these Kias. They just have a lust for our treasure. Well, they shall not have it. Instead, they'll have nothing but copper bolts. Let's give them some. The deadly fountains, our missile squad. We'll send them on a move order to protect the entrance. We'll see if they engage the enemy. Looks like they were off duty. They're becoming marks dwarves. The animals have scattered. Struck violet spessartine. That's cool. Yeah, someone canceled make cheese. Interrupted by a giant Kia. Where are these Kias that they can interrupt our cheese making? Because cheese is done inside the fortress. Maybe the dwarf was outside when they did that. Yeah, it's right at the entrance that they're having this question. This terrible fear. There's a dwarf in a tree. That's concerning. They may die there. There's a yak up on the hill. A weaver running around up there. There's a giant Kia. Well, our marks dwarves will take good care of them. We'll help them come back down to the ground where they belong. What's this dwarf doing out here? Station. Huh. It would seem like they're part of the Merksdorf squad, but they're not green. Oh man. Were they just knocked over? Why do they have that yellow background? Let's see if anybody's fighting. Yep, Hervad's fighting. When did these happen? We'll look at the dates. So that right now is the 10th of Valena. So we had the first giant Kia attack on the 7th. So these top 5 are all part of it. Oh, and they even attacked our Cavi Sow. The mare, see, sparring is nothing. Sparring is good. That's just training. But when they're attacking your Cavi Sow, luckily our Cavi Sow, which is a guinea pig, dodged the giant Kia. And there's the giant Kia that was attacking it. Oh, this one was shot in the pancreas, muscle, and ribs. Good. That would be probably this one shooting it. Oh no, this one's bashing it with a steel crossbow. How did this fight begin. This is a Mercs Dwarf. It began with the Mercs Dwarf shooting it, so that's good. And then the Mercs Dwarf bit the Kia in the leg, but it broke out. And then this Mercs Dwarf was bashing the Kia with her crossbow. And the Kia doesn't seem to have attacked back. Maybe it was knocked unconscious? It did look sick earlier, probably because it got shot in the spine. Spine was bruised. And this one is just a dwarf that took a couple shots that tore the pancreas. They think that there's no need to feel vengeful, but we are always vengeful against giant Kias. Eventually we'll wipe them out and have a peaceful life. A Kia-free existence. Kia slams into an obstacle. I guess it fell from the sky. That's cool. Let's zoom to it, see where it slammed into. Artery's been opened. Left wing takes the full force. Right there. Is there a Kia right on them? There's the mangled corpse of a Kia. That recruit must have taken out a Kia. There's actually two dwarves, as we can see it flipping back and forth between them. And there's a mangled corpse of a Kia, so that's probably the one that they were fighting. Good job, dwarves. Got some good practice and keeping everybody safe. Maybe that was the only Kia that was threatening us. We'll see. A muskox is scared. This majestic muskox. Oh, it's a mule, sorry. This mule is scared. But maybe that's just some leftover scaredness. Oh, they're shooting again. We see some bolts flying. There's a Kia that's been brought to the ground right here. It is badly injured. Its guts are broken. This one's not going to survive. Lower spine broken, right lung oozing blood. This Kia is a goner, and they're still shooting it. Yep, pile on the bolts. Bash it with your crossbow. Wow, you'd think they would just move in and melee it once it's disabled like that. But they don't need to. They're dwarves. Okay, this poor dwarf sitting in a tree. We're going to save them. We're going to build them a staircase. So we're going to build constructions upstairs. And where's the dwarf? Right here. So we'll build it right underneath them. Will that be enough? We'll build an upstairs here out of probably wood is more reasonable than marble. It'll be quicker to move. And then right above that, oops, we'll build an up-down stair with an X button. Go up here. Oh, we can't apparently access it. That's okay. We'll start with the upstairs there and I'll build a ramp next to it. I'll try that too. Build a nice marble ramp. We can take that down later. Are they still fighting? Looks like the fighting's wound down. Something was interrupted by a giant Kia. Storing an item in stockpile. Okay, where? All the way down there. Alright, you know what to do. Deadly fountains. A, to select them. M to move. Go get them. They're running down to see what they can see and possibly take some shots at the Kia. Or they're slowly crawling down, more like. Yeah, they don't seem to be in too much of a hurry. Normally the dwarves can move a lot faster than this. It doesn't say they're tired. It's strange. It looks like they're not fighting anything. Maybe the Kias have wisely fled. By now they should know that this is not a place to trifle with. Parrots are pretty smart. Kias are a form of parrot, so maybe they would understand that they shouldn't be attacking us. Let's just check if our copper gear has been made yet. Forged copper breastplate, still waiting for the second pair. We can check it also through here. The Bold Explorers, we'll look at their equipment. Oh, go to Bold Explorers. Oh, neither of them has it. Probably because the Shining Bashers are sucking it all up. Actually, they have all their copper. They're set. The Axes of Bronze are barely equipped. The Deadly Fountains, oh, they're also wearing copper. Yeah, they're probably sucking it all up. So we need to make basically 2 more sets plus an extra legwear. So that's in addition to, not in addition, but in total. We need 2 more sets of copper plus 1 extra copper legwear. So copper, can we edit the order? Details. Be nice if we could repeat the order or something like that. Just say copy this order or add to this order. Just because it takes rather a long time to order them all. Okay, so we do have 2 being made there, so that's actually all we need of those. We just need to order 1 more breastplate, 2 more greaves, boot, shield, and helm. No, not helm. Breastplate, greaves, boot, shield, plus a greaves. Just do it through here. Breastplate, shield, boots, greaves, and greaves. Boot. Boots and 2 greaves. Or no, shield and 2 greaves. So copper, greaves, greaves there. That should be all the copper armor we need for the explorers. And then they can go ahead and explore with a slight bit of protection. Let's go have a look. Nothing's been caught in the cage yet. Is there a cave crocodile? Nope, we don't see it anyway. Oh, the keys have left. Okay, so our squad can relax. No more need to be on alert stationing. So we'll tell them to, we selected the squad, kill them to cancel the order with O. There, back to your training, back to your normal schedule. We're still low on cloth. They keep mentioning that. The loom is set to weave yarn into cloth, but it's not happened. Oh, it's not weave yarn into cloth, maybe it's just weave cloth. That's probably the problem. So let's see the order. Weave, there's weave thread into cloth, that is set. Okay. And this is spin thread. So it would seem that we're making thread and then we're weaving the thread. Let's see if we have any thread. We have 24 thread. Silk, hair, wool yarn, hair thread, silk thread, and plant thread. So we should actually weave some silk into cloth too. Let's just make sure the hospital has all the thread it needs. Yeah, it's got more than enough. No powder for casts, no splints. We may as well order a couple splints. Just on the off chance that we need them someday. Let's do some nickel splints, a couple of them. We'll do an extra crutch, just 1 extra crutch. Gold crutches, as is our tradition. How goes the mining? Ooh, they're making good progress. Somebody's carving a swath across it. It'd be nice if we can get those pickaxes soon. Get 3 more dwarves mining. Suppose we can check that. Have they made the pickaxe? That appears to be done. Yeah, no more pickaxe on these places. Okay, let's check our stocks just as another fun way to look at it. We should have like 8 pickaxes total. So there's 6 copper picks, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we have plenty of picks. So it's time to order 3 more dwarves to be pickaxe dwarves to be miners and nothing else. We do have our handy listing of unbusy dwarves. So the first one will be Zacit Delethazum. And let's just hop into Dwarf Therapist real quick and make sure that Zacit's not already been assigned to something. Zacit Delethazum, you see there, fish cleaning, they're just doing nothing. So that's perfect. The next one will be Degel Bimakos. Let's see what Degel Bimakos is up to these days. Not a whole lot. Actually, that's our gem cutter, so we'll leave them to that. And we'll just check if they're actually cutting gems. Degel Bimakos. They think they're a trader, but really they're a gem cutter. Yeah, they're cutting topazolite. Cool. How many cut gems do we have? Let's see. Stocks. Gems, it would be under gems, presumably. Oh, there's cut gems. We have 11. Chrysocolas, red pyrops, emeralds, savorites. Nice. And yet, this dwarf is... Well, let's see how skilled they are now. Still dabbling. That's okay, they're getting practice. We could assign them to just cut stone. Practice their gem cutting just by cutting rock. I'd say not marble. How about cut orthoclase? Let's do that as a bit of a joke. They can cut orthoclase, which will then give them skill ups, if that's allowed. Cancel the yellow grossular. Find orthoclase, it'll be at the bottom. So we'll go up from the bottom. There it is. Cut all the orthoclase in the fortress, in addition to other gems, but that'll work. Okay, so that was successful. We've already checked Zacit Delethazum. Let's check another one. Tobal Citalcerol. What are you up to, Tobal Citalcerol? Butchery. Yeah, so nothing. Okay, perfect. Tobal can join the ranks of miners, and we only need one more. Aerith Catenikal is our third prospective miner. Aerith Catenikal? Where are you, Aerith? Right here. Aerith is nothing but a shearer, so that's just perfect. We'll make these miners, and we're going to be unassigning their other labors through Dwarf Fortress, so we'll just go into Dwarf Fortress to do this particular change. So let's find Zacit Delethazum. It says they're a fisher, so they're there. Zacit Delethazum, fishery worker. Go to this unit, PL, to go to their preferences, set mining. Really not preferences, but more like what we have ordered them to not non-optionally do. Okay, we're going to use our handy macro for this one. There. To quickly unassign all the hauling jobs. And we'll do these 5 too. Okay, so that's one. Zacit Polished Hames. Next we'll find Ablil Ustooth for... Nope. We'll find Tobal Citalcerol, a butcher, in the farmer section. Mining activated. Healthcare deactivated. Farming related deactivated. Hauling deactivated. And other jobs also deactivated. That's one more done, and finally we're looking for Aerith Catenikal, a shearer, so they'll be in the farming section too. We would expect, perhaps not, or they'll be below this broker. Yeah, there we go. They're just meditating. That kind of shows you how not busy they are. So they're about to have a very busy life. The busy life of a miner. The vital force of the fortress. They literally move mountains. Okay. We're just gonna glance over at Dwarf Therapist. You don't need to see this. We're just gonna double check that they have the labors assigned. Zacit Delethazum. In fact, we can resume while we wait. Zacit Delethazum is assigned to mining. Tobal Satelcerol. Yep. And Aerith Katnikal. Yep. Okay. So they should be picking up axes and heading straight to work. We'll watch Aerith. They're still meditating. We'll watch Tobal eating. And who's the third one? Sasset. Fisher. They're getting to work. Okay. Sasset's going to pick up their copper pickaxe. The first step of any miner is to go grab a copper pickaxe, and they've got it. Now they're going to take a snack. Okay, fine. You're going to need the energy. You're going to have a lot of work to do soon. Is Aerith working any harder? It might be a minute before they get to work. That's fine. There's Aerith. Let's watch Aerith meditate. Meditating on crafts, most likely in association with their deity Shasad, Kotstakad, Thultigthab. Start machines, the barricaded girders. A dwarven god, represented as a male dwarf, associated with pregnancy, creation, and crafts. Let's see, are they a follower of Shasad? Aerith. Aerith, do you follow Shasad? Where are you, Aerith? It's actually easier to find them from the list when that place is so busy. There's Aerith. And we'll just check out Aerith's relationships. They have 2 sons who live in the fortress with us, and they have an older brother in the military. Their mother and father do not live here. Anybody with detail? They have a lot of relations here. A half-sister, nephew, cousin, and a lover. And yes, they are a follower of Shasad, the deity associated with crafts. So that's good. Fulfilling their needs. And soon they'll be fulfilling our need. Oh, Forged Copper Greaves has been completed. That's good. We just need a little bit more copper armor. Oh, Forged Copper High Boot too has been completed. Soon we'll have full suits for the explorers. And they'll go back to mining. So they're just mining away, doing the noble task. Let's see, how many are mining? There are 3 digging channels right now. We're going to try to increase that number. We just added 3 more miners. You look at it from this angle too. This kind of shows you from the dwarf's point of view. This is the floor where they are. It's just littered with gems, kind of mining out an entire mountain. And this rock that we're on it's a metamorphic rock, which suggests that there could be a volcano nearby, but it also means that it's got more gems than your average sedimentary rock. We sort of missed out on iron because we're not in a place with sedimentary rocks, but it has the advantage of giving us a lot more gems. We actually haven't used gems for anything thus far, but maybe we'll start making some fancy gem windows. That could be fun. Or what else can you do with gems? We can just cut them, stud them in things. We don't have anybody assigned to gem setting yet, but we do have a gem cutter. Just 1. Oh, masterpiece grape roast, 5. Only 5? Normally a masterpiece is more than 5. Let's see. The meal prep kitchen, there it is. Oh, it's full of food. Maybe our kitchen's getting, or our stockpiles might be getting too full if we've got this much food in the kitchen. But let's just check out this masterpiece. It's a grape roast. It's made of grape and strawberry, masterfully minced. That's good. It'll be a very tasty meal for some dwarf. Make them feel happy. Make them feel like they've had a decent meal. Yeah, none of our dwarves have gone insane. They've all been reasonably good. Oh, we've got a stray donkey. Is the butcher shop too full of stuff? Just a skull and some bones. It's because our bone pile is getting overfilled again. Is somebody making crafts from those bones? They're assigned, but it's not active. So maybe we'll have like one of our inactive dwarves become a crafter. We have a couple inactive dwarves left. In fact, we have about 7. So we're just going to assign some of our inactive dwarves, and that would be Ustuth Arin Katin, a fish dissector. Let's start with them. They can be a bone and wood crafter, because we don't have a lot of bone and wood crafters. So wood, stone, bone. You can just do all kinds of crafts, or maybe not stone. We have other stone crafters. We can make them just a bone crafter. Why not? Be a dedicated bone crafter. That should get through some of our backlog of bones and skulls. And meanwhile, we can afford to slaughter some more animals, especially that donkey that just grew up. So let's do that. Right here. Ready that for slaughter. And looks like this mule is ready for slaughter too. It's fully grown. And the reindeer. Do a couple of those. It's very good for Dwarven society. Don't want to have too many animals running around. Then at some point, you never know, like a monster might just show up and kill them. So this way at least we get some good value from those animals. Why else would they have brought them to our fort if they didn't want them to be slaughtered? It's not like they're pets. Well, they're really making a dent in this now. Let's see, do we get any more miners active? There's somebody digging a channel. Yeah, our apprentice miner and another apprentice miner digging channels. Just lovely to see. There you go, fishery workers, Asset Delathezum. They're learning what it means to be a true dwarf. You dig all day and then you go have a drink. Dig until you need to sleep. And then drink some Dwarven rum. Wow, yeah, it's cool watching it get dug away. Bit by bit, but quicker than ever. Many dwarves working on this project. And soon they will have dug all the cavern out. Look, how deep does it go? Let's see. So this floor is almost half done. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 to go. Really 8, because once we dig this, it'll be channeled down to here. So about 8 floors left to do. Looking good. We're noticing that there's a bunch of bolts outside, so let's just unforbid those bolts and our dwarves can go pick them up. There, unforbidden. Wow, we have almost 2,000 copper bolts. That's good. A long time ago, we set an order to make 500 copper bolts, but it turned out to be an order for 500 times 25 copper bolts, so that's a lot of copper bolts. And it's still not completed. Yeah, there's forged copper bolts, 162 left. So they've made close to 2,500, and they're going to make another like 3 and a bit thousand of copper bolts. We might actually want to stop that, save some copper for bronze, but we do have so much copper that it's not really that important. We also have 50 bronze bars at this time, so we're getting better with our metal. We've gotten past the hurdle of feeling like we didn't have enough good quality metal, essentially, because we didn't have iron. At least now we've got bronze. And everybody's going to be equipped with good gear, except for these people who get to have copper. For some reason, they're just bold like that. It looks like the copper squad is just about outfitted, the Mark's dwarves. This one is fully outfitted, so these gracious dwarves just need to pick up their copper armor. This humble dwarf is pretty sure that we have all the armor they need. We just kind of need them to pick it up or to claim it. Ah, Aerith Katanikal has become a miner officially. Lovely. Look at all the miners we have now. Zasset became a miner at some point as well. So we're just waiting for one more. This one down here that's digging a channel. As soon as Tobal Siltalcerol gets enough practice, they will become officially a miner as well. Once they surpass their butchery skill with mining skill, they shall become known as a miner. So we'll let them dig. Let's see what they're at now, skill-wise. Still dabbling. Competent butcher. So it'll take them some time before they get past competent level in mining, enough that mining becomes their primary skill. But they're on the way. Let's watch. Watch them dig. So very exciting. Oh, they just moved on to a new spot. Oh. This is not what we were expecting. This is the first announcement we've had that's not exactly pleasant or good. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. That sounds like the undead found us. Indeed. We were thinking we would just relax for a moment, watch our dwarves mine away. It's not to be. Okay, so it's paused. Did they just leave? There was an enemy right here. It would be so great if they just left. We don't want to fight. We like the idea of fighting, but we're scared that if we fight, we will not win. Leto Thingypire. Ostsee. So these are all good. These are not enemies. Yeah, there was an enemy there, but they disappeared. It looked like a necromancer. This place is at peace with us. This fort, or this tower nearby. Oh, it's not at peace. It says peace, but it's got a red outline now. It had a green outline before. So it's very likely a necromancer from that place. But they may have just been passing through because no zombies showed up. The necromancer seems to have come and gone. There are no hostiles on the unit listing. Oh, intruders, drive them away. Okay, well, I guess that was too optimistic. This is a dwarf woodburner necromancer. Maybe we didn't see them, like they appeared and then they kind of disappeared because we didn't see them. So this is not an undead. This is a necromancer. That would be terrifying if they were to reanimate the giant Kia corpses. It would be nice if they don't bring anything with them, but they might have zombies behind waiting in ambush. We don't think zombies do ambushes, but it seems like if it's just one necromancer, then we might be okay. Oh, it's not. There's multiple of them. Dingo Man. It's 3 necromancers. Oh, get in, protect us. Let's check our equipment. And we may have equipment, but we're low on training. Training is more of our concern. But let's see, the bronze squad is partially equipped. A few of them have axes. It'd be nice if we could just send the ones who have axes out. It's not a good sign when your military is lie makers. I might have to expand the hospital. Okay, well, what we'll do, we'll create a burrow, order the civilians to go inside. That's our first step. Okay, we'll add new burrow. Why don't we just use the vermin trapping burrow, actually? Because as gross as it seems, it's literally the burrow we need. So what we're going to do is set a civilian alert. We can set them to go to the burrow. The only worry is will they, will it just be the one dwarf that's assigned to the burrow that goes to this burrow, or will all the dwarves? Civilian alert inactive. How do we activate the civilian alert? Let us consult the wizard, aka the wiki. Civilian alert. W to go to the burrow, A to add a burrow, enter to define it. We've done that already. M to bring up military, A for alerts. That's where we are. Move the cursor to the new alert and hit enter. You should see a sieve, move to it. Okay, so we want to create an alert. Alert state 2. Run away. And then move to the far right column. Enter to associate that. There, now it says A. And then we still have to activate the alert. Okay, so we activate it through the military menu. Press M to bring up the military menu, A for alerts. That's what we just did. Move the cursor back to the alert. Oh, and then assign civ to it. There we go. So we could have also just probably assigned the burrow to the inactive. Let's just see. If it worked, then it should create a bunch of messages saying cancels forbidden area. Yeah, so that's perfect. Now it's a shame that these animals are outside. They may just get wrecked by the necromancers. If that be the case, we can't save them. So the civilians are now set to run inside. Step 1. Step 2, we're going to order the full military, even the untrained ones. Not the bold explorers. Sure, why not? We'll send them all out here. And we'll just say move out front. And that makes this humble dwarf think we should have set up some weapon traps outside. That's okay. We'll make do with what we got. Okay. Dwarves have been stationed. The necromancers. Oh, why did it? Oh, the necromancers are fleeing. Intruders drive them away. That usually means we spotted one, but maybe that's one that we'd already spotted. If they leave, we will not mind. Oh, it's because there was a fourth one. There's a dwarf carpenter necromancer, dwarf ranger, dingo man, and dwarf wood burner. Looks like they've just decided to leave us alone. We're no longer under siege. We can heave a dwarven sigh of relief. We have not seen our first combat just yet. Necromancers are kind of scary because they can raise the dead and they're very tough. We'd rather see a small force of goblins to test our might against. Necromancers, they're worrisome, but they didn't decide to fight us. They were just passing through. They came, they left, the siege is ended, and we have good practice for the next time. So we'll go back into the alerts and set them back to inactive. Whew. No problem. Oh, we got a stray donkey. Let's see if we got room in the butcher shop. Nope, it's still full, so we'll let that empty out into these barrels and food stockpiles. There go the miners. Back to work. Oh, right, because this stuff would not be included in the burrow. So next time we need to do a burrow, we'll make a proper burrow. Hopefully we'll remember to do that so that the miners can continue mining. Because this area should really be included as considered inside the fortress. It's clearly safe. Oh, soap needs lye making item. Let's just make some more lye. Because it seems like we still have a good amount of tallow. Yeah, there's like loads of tallow here. 9, 9, 9, 9. And there's probably fat too in this somewhere. There's meat. No, there's no fat. But 9 times 4 is 36, so we need 36 more lye. So we'll make 36 ash, 36 lye. MQ ash. Oops, not ash glaze, just ash. 36, and we'll make lye. 36 is going to be the soapiest fortress. It's already a soapy fortress. Let's just glory in how much soap we have. 26 plus 18. Who wants to do the math on that? 44 soap. That's a good amount of soap. We could even stop producing soap. We could use some of this tallow to make candles or something. Except dwarves may not have discovered that technology. It seems like some trees should be growing back out here. Are there any trees? There's a few. Are they very short or are they tall? There's a little sapling-like tree over here by the river. This one doesn't go as tall as the rest. Oh, there's a weird little critter there. Oh, yeah, there it is. This blue dot, what is it? Nothing? Strange. Just flashing with a blue dot. That's okay, we'll ignore that. You have struck violet spessartine. Blue garnet. Soap master cancels make soap from tallow. We should probably make our lye bucket area a little bigger. It's kind of small. It's just like this little area. And our tallow area is looking a little small too. So we'll do that. Make some nice stockpiles. It's kind of odd that we have these hides here. Donkey skin, and reindeer bull skin. Maybe the tanner just hasn't got to it yet. But we'll dig out just a little patch here to use as our lye and tallow storage. There. And eventually when we remember to do that, it will be done. Nothing's happening in the mines, caverns, I should say. Looks clear. Let's check for monsters. There's a giant cave toad. Where is it? Right here. So how does that connect? Must connects downwards. So they could like go down and around, and then they can go back up there. That wouldn't lead to it. So there's got to be some way that it connects to our fort. Otherwise we wouldn't have knowledge of that cave toad. Oh, it's simpler than that. It's, where's that toad? Anyway, it's a toad that's not far away, but it's also not troubling us. It's got a row of traps to run through if it wants to try to get in, and 5 doors it would have to break. And if it starts breaking those 5 doors, then we'll just build a wall. Oh, let's unpause. Let the miners mine. How many miners we got? Oh, look at that. 6 miners all mining all at once. Somebody's detailing a wall. Yep. Oh, and they're going for a drink. The walls are getting very detailed. The cat is controlling the vermin nicely. The guinea fowl are eating all the worms and grubs. Just, these cute little guinea fowl, like this one. Atir itagodon. Brown feathers, pale pink skin, black eyes. A brown feathered bird with apparently a featherless head. Let's just watch these dwarves carve away a bit more. Once they carve this floor, they can carve 8 more floors below it. Ain't that exciting? Yeah, they could be mining deep below, looking for magma, but we've decided to do this thing where we create an indoor source of wood. It's going to be fun carting buckets of water up here. We have a well, so it won't be too hard. We have a nice well down in our main base. Why don't we go admire our fine well? It's right in the dining hall. Right here. A fine well, literally. And below it, there's an open space, and below that is water. Some nice deep water that leads all the way out, down, and back up, out to the river. unlimited source of water for all our bucketing needs. Some people would be very disturbed by this rock, piece of mica sitting there, but this humble dwarf is happy to leave it. The water wash over the mica. Maybe it'll have a slight tinge of stony taste. Looks like there's a bunch more bolts out there. We can probably set those to undesignate. Let's see. Stocks, ammunition. Nope, they're not forbidden. They're just not being picked up yet. We've had a peaceful little zone. Only one attack so far, and it was tentative. The necromancers walked in, saw the massive army getting ready at the door, saw the pile of giant Kias dead, and left. Now, there is something a little concerning. All these blue exclamation marks popping up. Our animals are scared of something. And we may have missed some message that popped up. Is somebody canceling something because of a giant Kia attack by chance? No? No, there's no giant Kias. Why were they scared? Oh, there's a Gorlak underground. That's cool. Maybe they're scared of the Eagle Man or the giant mosquito. But these mosquitoes are known not to be threatening. They just kind of fly around. Unless you attack them, they shouldn't bother you. It's flying at the height of just above the top of the mountain. It's at the top right, bottom right of the screen there. Following the giant mosquito. Yeah, it's in open blue space, so nothing to worry about there. We've struck yet another type of stone. Well, maybe we can build the rest of the beds. We've been waiting for these beds for so long. We probably can build some now. Yeah, we got 7 beds we can build. That sounds like all the beds we were trying to get. Great, and then we can finally get all these bedrooms. All the rooms will officially be bedrooms soon. We have to place some doors too. A lot of doorless bedrooms here. So how many doors we got? Lots. So we're gonna use a macro. I'm gonna create a macro. Place a door. Get ready to place a door. Place it there. Get ready to place a door. Move it up there. And repeat. 1, 2, 3, 5 times. We'll just let it place 10 doors. Just like that. And then, do we have a spot there? There's a door. There's a door. Okay. So those don't need doors. This one has a stone in the way, but it does have a door. Up here, there are a bunch of doors that still need to be placed, and we can easily do that, BD, by using that same macro. So 2 here, and then we'll move it over and do 3 more. Ta-da! Oh, we're 1 door short. It's like a ta-da-da. Let's see. Any doors in production? Or did we just not quite make enough doors? It looks as though this humble dwarf did not assign enough doors. Let's make some doors. Make a rock door. Or it could be that some dwarf is just hauling it. Therefore, it doesn't get counted in the count. But that's alright, doesn't matter. Make a silver door. That's fun. 6 silver doors. Make Q, make some rock doors. We may have just accidentally unassigned a task when we hit R there, but probably not, because it opened another menu first. That's something to always watch out for. Accidentally unassigning orders, because there's no way to find out what they were. Just like we did with our drinks earlier. We were like, how come we're not making drinks? Well, it's because we unassigned the task, but we didn't know what we'd unassigned. See, now they should be making drinks. Yep, making lots of drinks, and indeed, we have just 1,000 drinks. Seems that they're keeping up with demand, but it was at 1,000 a while ago, so it's still at 1,000, which is quite acceptable. As we do. Oh, the outpost liaison caravan. What season is it? Is this a dwarven caravan? Where are we? Where is this caravan? Must be at the bottom. Looks like a dwarf, yeah. Merchant. That means it's a dwarf. Time for the dwarves to come trade. Do we have anything to trade? We should quickly forge a couple of trap components. Some valuable trap components. Copper, silver actually. As long as we have silver, we might as well. Yeah, let's do it through this. Trap component, silver. Do a large silver serrated spike disc. Do it now. And do another one. Also do it now. And we'll go over here and we'll do, oops, not weapons, trap components. We'll do a silver spiked ball. Yeah, silver spiked ball. Do that now. Add another one. Also do that now. So there. Our weaponsmiths should hopefully go make some silver spiked balls and such. We may only have one dwarf assigned to weaponsmithing. So let's follow them. Let them make that. Well, this humble dwarf checks if we have any more than one dwarf on weaponsmithing. The answer is no, we do not. It would possibly be a good idea to assign another dwarf to smith some weapons. Maybe we'll assign one of our unbusy dwarves, like Ustooth R and Katten. Could be a secondary weapon maker. Yeah, Ustooth still. Oh, that's our bone carver. So we won't distract them, but maybe Kib, Rigoth, Tosed. Let's check what they're doing. Kib, Rigoth, Tosed. Kib, Rigoth, Tosed is utterly idle. So let's have them become a weaponsmither, just as to have a second weaponsmither, essentially. So we'll do that. We'll go to PL, go to weaponsmithing, which is metalsmithing. Damn, bam, there we go. We have a second weaponsmither. And Kib Rigoth Tosed is officially no longer unbusy. They're probably going to grab a log. Yeah. As soon as they finish grabbing this log, then they can go and start smelting even more valuable items to trade. Although the one dwarf who was doing that seems to be doing a fine job of it. Let's see what these dwarves want from us. Or wait, this is where we get to ask them for stuff. We still want cages. We don't know what they've brought yet. But if they've brought cats, we don't need cages quite so badly. But we're just going to ask for cages because we don't know yet if they've brought any cats. We just need a female cat. We've got a male cat now. Once we get a female cat, we'll be all set for cats and we can stop making such a big deal about felines and get back to normal. So what else? What else can they bring us that would be valuable? Maybe some cloth. We usually don't like to make our own cloth. It's a bit of a hassle. But we can. We have been making it. Bit of glass never hurt anybody. We haven't bothered to harvest glass, so that's good. Oh, bags maybe. We can make some cave spider silk bags. Couple of those. Thread. We don't mind thread. We'll just do cloth though, because thread is basically just cloth that hasn't been made into cloth yet. Yarn cloth? Sure, all kinds of yarn cloth. What about regular cloth? Maybe they can't make regular cloth. But they should be able to. They've got pigtail, after all. Yeah, it's a little unclear why. Oh, there it is, cloth plant. Yeah, we'll say yes to pigtail cloth. Okay, mostly just cages though. Okay, let's look over the documents. So this is what we've asked them for. We're not able to edit it at this point, so we'll just say done. Finish peeking in. And this is what they want from us. They would love to have some crossbows. Scepters, we've got some of those. Splints, figurines, they want metal bars. We usually don't part with our metal bars, but we could. They want ammunition, which we actually have tons of. So maybe we'd want to do that. Give them a bit of ammunition, maybe. Goods to depot. Have those trap components been made yet? It's always hard to find the trap components thing in here. There it is. Well, there's one. Let's make silver ball. They also wanted metal bars. Could just trade them some silver. I'm gonna trade them a couple silver. Maybe some gold too. See what they'll give us for it. Because we have a lot. It's not really doing us too much good. And crafts, we want to give them lots of crafts, which we don't seem to have a lot. Oh, there's a big bin full. Good. What else can we give them? Cages. They didn't ask for cages. Why is there a parakeet cage? We must have bought that from the elves by accident. Can we trade like animal traps? We should be able to trade away those vermin we caught, shouldn't we? Definitely not trading our charcoal. Not bars and blocks. Just gonna try to find the vermin that we caught. We even tamed most of them. Ropes, thread, quivers, cups. We should make some more cups, by the way. Cages. Maybe it's in cages. No. Tools. Could be tools. No, just wheelbarrows. What is the tool in here? Maybe quivers are tools. Cabochon. Wombat bone cabochon. That must be the large bone gem we made. Interesting. Antler figurines. Gecastros is in there. What's Gecastros again? No, not the bin. The bin. Gecastros. Oh, that's our toy boat. We're not trading that. So we gotta be careful not to give them. We'll give them only the stuff we want to get rid of. But toys, crafts, milk, cheese, pets. So they should appear in pets. That's where they would most likely be appearing. All those caged like hamsters and things like that. We can trade them some of our extra armor, maybe. Let's see. It'd be probably headwears where we have extra. Handwear, footwear, shields. Why is headwear not with those? Strange, eh? Digging implements. Maybe it's under armor. Is headwear on this list, or are we just not able to trade headwear? That seems unlikely. Yeah, sometimes it's harder than you would imagine to find things in this list, like headwear. Well, if we can't find it quick enough, then we'll just let it go. Definitely trade away some of these gems. Here, take a random selection of gems. Oh, and if we can trade them some orthoclase cabochons, that would be fun too. Doesn't seem like we can though. Maybe we haven't made them yet. Okay, we'll start with that. And then as soon as like these additional large serrated silver things are finished being made, then we'll really have more stuff to trade them. That one's not active. Is this Stodoc? Yeah, Dodoc's forging. We'll resume. See how long it takes to forge a large serrated silver disc. Oh, they're done. And go forge another disc. So we'll see if we can quickly send that to the trade depot. Trap components. Don't worry, we know where it is. No, okay, we'll have to wait till it gets placed in the stockpile. Is our other weaponsmith working? Our newbie weaponsmith? Did we not even set them? We did not even set them. Was it Kib Rigatoseb? Maybe. Yeah, Kib's still doing nothing, it looks like. Okay, so we'll make Kib Rigatoseb do some weaponsmithing. Maybe the plan was that we were going to do them through this view. We did, in fact, do it. It's just not been updated yet in Dwarf Therapist. That is why this humble dwarf was confused. Aha, we got migrants at the same time. Well, we can afford to do the migrants now. Check them all out, see what they got. So we're gonna just take some notes here. Getting our notes ready. New migrants. This one's name is Tulon Osastasmil. A farmer, it says, which can mean a lot of things. Oh, that's actually a useful profession. Woodburner and lye maker. So we're not going to touch them. We're just going to let them do their thing. They're not joining the military. They can be a woodburner lye maker. This one's a child. Nish Kololek. We'll put them in separate categories. So we can have like a children category. We want to count them all, but we don't want to necessarily list them all together because some of these people, most of them will be useless. This one's level 8, age 8, that is. Another child, okay. It's a very child-friendly fortress. They must know that. 6 years old. Erdim Samoramost. She is 6 years old. Who else do we got? You never know. It could end after 2 migrants. Or it could end after a lot more than 2 migrants. Here we have Uvash Abul Dostab. Shearer. So shearer is a nice, not so needed profession, so we can just make them into whatever we want. Like maybe a miner, maybe another military squad. Most likely we'll put them into military squads. You only need so many wood burners. We already have 4 wood burners for 4 wood furnaces. So we'll just probably make all the wood burners actually do other tasks, but maybe one of them will get to stay as a wood burner. This one's name is Domas Kogan Lanier, the wood burner. And who else is coming? Oh, it's a water buffalo, and it's full grown, so we can slaughter that one right away. We also got a goat kid, all right. We also got this dwarf named Lore. A wood burner, hey, what do you know? This is a troop of wood burners. Uzel Shesed, our 3rd wood burner of this wave, this migrant wave. Another child, Onal Shorastigath. Let's check their age. He is 9. Who else is coming? Oh, another child, Medtob something, Medtob Fondle Dykes. But their dwarven name is Medtob Gatizimush. 8 years of age. And we have a animal. Is it a pig or a peacock? The only way to find out, it's a peachick. So a female peacock, or female peafowl, is the right term. A llama, cool, a young llama. Another brown dwarf, which would be probably a wood burner. No, it's a spinner this time. Kivish Toss Dadil Spinner. Good. It's essentially like gonna act like a peasant. And we have a young horse. And a young donkey, yep. What else? Well, we have a fishing type dwarf, fish cleaner. Just as good as a peasant. Limal Uzolaran. Actually slightly better than a peasant. Because they don't get depressed when they leave the military. What else? Another one. Oh, a real peasant. Okay, we'll have to give them a job. Olin Logamoder. Peasant. Let's make them join the smoothing force, maybe. I'll leave them as peasant for now. We might make them a wood smoother soon. A wood smoother, a stone smoother. Until they get really good at smoothing stone, and then we can make them a stone engraver. This one's name is Sodal Delarkes, and it's another wood burner. The 4th wood burner of this wave. What else are we gonna get? A goose, or yep, could be either a goose or a goat. It's red. Red means it's young. That's a goat. So there's a you can see the clear contrast in Dwarf Fortress between a goose and a goat. The big difference is that one grazes and one does not. So the goose will be inside with the non-grazing animals, and the goat will be outside with the grazing animals, and that's it. That's the last of the migrants. Last thing was a goat and a goose. Cool. Okay, so we should have some of those metal things made now, so we should be able to begin our trading soon. Yep, all the metal things have been made. Let's see if they're being brought out to the depot, or they're not, but let's see if they're able to be brought out. Yeah, this one, only 2 of them so far, but there should be another ball and another disc as soon as they make their way to an unoccupied bin, essentially in the workshop, a bin that's not busy. Then they'll be able to be grabbed. So we'll just keep opening this and trying it until eventually they're able to grab those tramp components. Not the most efficient thing, but this is Dwarf Fortress. So let's check it again. There they are. All of our trap components. Okay, that'll be enough. That'll be plenty, probably, to buy all the equipment we could dream of. Whatever the dwarves have brought is useful. We'll probably take all their cloth, any food they may have brought, and especially any cages with cats. We're still looking for cats, but just the one cat at this point would be the minimum. We'll take all the cats they give us. Oh, there's somebody bringing an item to the depot. It's fun to just watch somebody bring the item, and then that kind of gives us a concept of how far we are from being done bringing items to the depot. This dwarf is moving very slowly. This lie maker. They're not carrying anything. What's up with Autumn or Relnath? Let's see, is there something about them that would explain why they move so slow? She felt satisfied in the last season. She looks like she's had a pretty easy life. Interested and satisfied. She was only bitter after arguing with somebody. She's married and has a child. It would be in her stats here. She's slow to heal, susceptible to disease, very weak. Actually, that doesn't mention how fast they move. She has difficulty with words, bad analytical abilities. And it doesn't say anything about being a slowpoke, slow mover or anything. But let's just follow her steady progress. Yep, you can do it, Autumn. We have faith in you. You can get that large serrated disc. Maybe she's carrying something. Maybe she's equipped. What is her deal? She's wearing silk. Oh, she does have a copper breastplate. That would slow you down. It shouldn't slow you down that much, but maybe she's not used to the armor. She's just, she's wearing that copper breastplate, and that's kind of really slowing her down. Yeah, so given that she's making progress at this rate, chances are by the time Autumn brings this item to the depot, the other items will also have been brought to the depot. So we could then just go ahead and trade. We'll see how that goes. Autumn's making her way. We're going to watch her. There are other things we could do, but we've decided that Autumn is the focus of our attention right now. Every time she gets pushed back by a teammate like that. Oh, 3 times what? Oh, no, Autumn. Don't go to a fighting demonstration. You're still carrying the serrated disc, are you not? She is. She's carrying the spiked silver ball. And she's going to fight. Autumn. Oh, somebody else took it. Okay. Somebody much quicker is going to now carry the spiked silver ball. Okay, that's good. So once this one has taken it in, we'll check and see if anybody's still bringing anything to the depot. And by the way, we need to assign the trader to come trade. It looks like bring item to depot is not a job any dwarf is doing, so perfect. We'll just pause and give the trader some time. Actually, let's follow the trader. It's not Degil Bimakos. That's misleading. It's Aban Abeltosid. There you go. They were down deep underground. They're making their way back up. Wow, yeah. Aban was super deep underground. What were you doing down there, Aban? This is why you should assign your trader to go up immediately. As soon as the caravan arrives, just in case they decide to run far, far away in your massive fortress. But they're almost there. The dwarves are not getting impatient. They'll stay. Okay, now we're ready to trade. So let's do it. So we're not going to just bring everything because we don't necessarily want everything in these bins to be traded, like our cups we want to keep, but rings and such we want to get rid of. So we have to take it item by item. Oh yeah, nest boxes. We can totally build those nest boxes now. Wow, large red spinel, that's cool. Amulets. Figurine, oops. Let's see what they're going to give us too. What have you brought us? Glass? We did say we wanted glass, so we'll grab some glass. Don't need this much, but we're going to grab it anyway. Gold blocks. We don't want blocks. Brass is not useful. Steel is useful. We could just grab like whatever steel they have. We'll see what else they have that's expensive. If there's anything expensive, then we'll get that, and we may remove that steel. Rope, we don't really care about. Flasks, no thanks. Ooh, a themthere, a nuden. That's expensive. Leopard bone themthere. What kind of instrument is it? It's made of stone. Oh, the keyboard is. It's essentially a keyboard with bells. So, an instrument with 36 metal bells. Cool. It's expensive though. Maybe we'll just take the leg in and the ooze. This one is a stringed instrument with a bow and a glass body. It's, how big is it? Mid-size, handheld. So it's sort of like a cello. No, it's smaller than a cello. It's more like a viola, like a big violin. Maybe we'll grab that. And the ooze, just to see, it's made of silver. A wind instrument. We don't have any wind instruments yet. With pipes. Huh. And keys. Cool. They have a lot of instruments actually. We'll just buy the cheap ones. The in, the leg in. Okay, those are all the cheap ones. Let's see what else we got. This is the interesting part. Cages. So we don't want a donkey, we don't want goats, we don't want a cow, but we want cats. Let's see, did they bring any cats? Ewe, cow, bull, packer, rooster, mule, and goat. No, they only brought sort of like pack animals. I'll just grab a couple cages, cheap ones. We can load them into our cage traps. At least they're metal. And we don't really want to build up herds of anything except for yaks and pigs and cats. Maybe a migrant will bring a cat again. It seems to be what we have to hope for at this point. Because that's the only way we found a cat so far. Oh, Kia blood barrel. It's almost tempting to buy a barrel of Kia blood just to like put on a pedestal. Steel pick, that is expensive. And not really worth it. Because you don't fight with a pick. We don't need to buy picks, we can just make them from copper. Don't really need to buy weapons at all. Unless they had something like steel weaponry, it might be worth grabbing. Because we can't make it ourselves. Steel short sword's not worth it. Yeah, it's hard to buy weaponry and such because it just feels like it's not the greatest value. On the other hand, if we have a lot of valuable stuff to trade them, we'll see how much we have to trade them now. And that can kind of tell us how much we're going to buy. Not the quiver, yes, the scepter. Figurine, yep. Oops, not the quiver. Yes, the figurine. And the amulet. We're trading lots of bone things that we've made. Giant badger tooth bracelet. That sounds pretty cool. It'd be nice if there was a more detailed description of it than just giant badger tooth bracelet. This is the real money stuff though. Wow, that's worth a lot. Especially since they're made of silver and they're good quality. So value is 20,000. And what we're asking for is currently 1,000. So let's actually hold back. Yeah, we'll we'll see what we want, but we can hold back one of these as a gift. But that means we're free to buy some good gear. Since we've got such valuable silver trap components. Oh, we should buy all this cloth. At least a good pile of it. It's nice having lots of money, lots of valuable goods to trade. There, we'll never feel like we're low on cloth again. At least not for a long time. We probably don't even need this much leather, but it would be good to have our clothiers and have leather workers make some clothing. They're still getting a really good profit, so we can just go to town, get lots of cloth. Yep. Can probably, well, maybe we're starting to push it. Maybe we won't get the really expensive cloth bin, the 560. So yeah, the trader's profit is 9,200. It's reasonable. We don't want them to refuse. We want them to be happy. A little bit more cloth. Maybe we will just trade instead of making a gift. We'll do that. Then we can get lots of cloth. And maybe grab a steel item or something too. At this point, the cloth, the profit is almost double what we're basically paying them, so. Or double what they're giving us, rather. Grab a couple more anvils just in case we decide we want that kind of thing. We can quickly record this so we can just grab all the food. Never have too much food. Oh, they brought a lot of food. Okay, maybe we don't need it all. But it's not very expensive. It's only 10 or maybe 50 each. Plump helmets are great. We can plant some artichokes too if we get some of this other stuff. Leaves, not so much, but like strawberries, grapes. These will let us plant more of these plants. Muskmelons, probably. The leaves won't let us though, like purple amaranth. But normally when you eat something, it drops seeds, which you can then plant in our greenhouse we've made. And we're not going to bother buying thread. Steel greaves, expensive, but powerful. Maybe we won't bother with those either. Grab a couple backpacks. Don't have a lot of actual like storage bags and such. If they had just regular bags, this would be good too. Goat cheese. Grab some cheese, sure. Pig cheese, water buffalo cheese, cow cheese, donkey cheese, kangaroo cheese. Lots of cheese. Every animal of cheese. This is a book. We could buy a book. It would be the first book to go in our library. It's on cat parchment. With rollers of coal. You think those would get your hands all black. The rollers are made of coal. Concerns the use of shadows to tell time. That's cool. Okay, let's do it. 4 shadow clocks. Actually, the profit's getting a bit low for the merchant. We'll get the book. A bunch more books. We could get rid of some other expensive stuff that we're buying, like this legging. Don't need that. Yeah, if we like remove some expensive things, we could buy some books, or we can just really increase the profit for the trader too. Helping him out a bit. We'll get rid of the most expensive cloth bin. Another expensive one. Cave spider silk. It's not better, it's just more costly. Better for trading, you might say. Okay, this seems like a reasonable deal. We'll just see if we can get away with grabbing a book or two. Maybe we'll take the dog parchment sheet. Oh, it's just sheet. No, something that's already written on we want. Hematite bound codex. 6-page untitled letter. No subject. Nah, let's grab the cat one. 4 shadow clocks. That seems cool. We'll try that trade. Ah, wonderful. Okay, so we can now take all the goods away. We trader no longer needs to be there. Move goods to from. We can send them back home. And yeah, trading successful. Next thing we'll want to do will be to make some bedrooms. The new migrants, get our explorers outfitted, and keep checking on the stuff. We can unpause here. But it's getting to the point where we should probably think about wrapping it up for the day. Let's take a last look at this. Oh wow, it's been mined. Miners are efficient. They're probably working down in the deep mines now. Yep, they are. Mining even deeper. Finding us more gold. More mica and cobaltite. We could actually use more bronze. So well, maybe we'll have them dig here where we found some tin. But that's going to be priority 5 as opposed to the priority 6. Or priority 4 is a better priority of the big project upstairs. So that's what we're going to focus on, the big project upstairs. We'll just start these just so they can, when they're finished the big project, they can go down there. But we're going to set another level of this to be mined. So what we do is channel here. It would make sense. Actually, we can go down a level and channel it. No, it has to be channeled from here. So we'll channel it here, all the way to there. Priority level 4. This is the problem with these fancy little edges. Then when you want to go down to the next level, you have to do the same fancy edges. Oops. Make this over to here. Why isn't it going? Channel, standard. Some kind of malfunction with the button or something, but it's working now. Okay, so we'll mine over to here. We'll mine over to here. And over to here. And down here. And then we'll fill in these little areas quickly. Yeah, it's more trouble than it's worth, isn't it? Getting all these little cute little edges. It would be more appropriate if we didn't show the whole process. But this works too. Kind of gives you a sense of the real dwarf fortress. What it's like to play as a dwarf. They don't take shortcuts. There's no quick way. What? You want a fast way to do it? What game are you trying to play here? This is Dwarf Fortress. There's no fast way. Okay, so we'll go down to the level below. And we're gonna, once we get down there, we'll dig it out even more. Oh no, we can actually dig out more here. We shouldn't necessarily have been following those edges because we're gonna make our own edge. That's the thing. We're kind of expanding it out from here to here. Yeah, we don't follow the edges, we make them bigger. As we go deeper, it keeps getting bigger. Until at the bottom, it's going to be a very wide chamber. Covered in mud and plentiful trees. Fungus trees. How exciting. This humble dwarf just wants to see it done. Perhaps we'll assign even more miners. Get this work over as quickly as possible so that we can, partly so we can get back to more normal work, but also partly just because it's cool and we want to see what it looks like. And it takes a long time, so it's important to speed it up, get it done fast. Yeah, we're designating with the mouse here to make pretty little edges. Get it looking all cool and sweet. As you do, sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't want to let us use the mouse, which is fine. We'll accept that. Do it with the keyboard. Oh, the next area's been designated. Now let's press space and see where it starts to flash. Look at them go. Yep, they're starting. Whoa, someone was interrupted by a giant mosquito. That's a little terrifying. It should leave us alone. It should. We don't know that it will. So we can leave that on a cliffhanger. Will the giant mosquito leave us alone? Or will our merc dwarves get some practice? Or will they be sucked dry of blood by the massive insect? Let's get its description. It's a huge monster in the shape of a mosquito. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Well, this concludes today's session of Dwarven Madness. The first mega project is well underway. The bedrooms are plentiful and will be more plentiful soon. The mayor is satisfied, but they in fact do have a mandate, so make a note to satisfy that. But their rooms are quite up to snuff. The captain of the guard, we're just thumbing our nose at them because they're probably a vampire. At least that's the going theory. The bold explorers are waiting for their gear. They still don't have any copper, apparently, allotted to them. We may have to make more. But they're going to be exploring in the dangerous caves, where there have been sighted Gorlaks, Dralthas, giant cave toads. And the thing with this is they're going to go in there and they're going to be stationed, so they're going to attack everything they see. So they'll probably die to the first cave toad they come across. That's kind of their whole mission. And no one will find the bodies, so it won't be too bad. We'll just carve slabs for them. And everyone should be happy and at peace. Happy and or at peace. One or the other. Sometimes both. This is what they're doing. One dwarf is reciting poetry. Many are training. The kids are at play, as they should be. Baby is doing nothing at all. It's actually kind of surprising that we have a baby. We weren't aware of any babies being born. Maybe it happened, though. Giving birth to a piglet. That's not a dwarf. No, we don't know. We don't know about the baby. But we'll leave you with this sight of the dwarves training. It's always pleasant to see them at work. All their armor on, or what armor they have. Yeah, that mosquito's causing problems. So we'll deal with the mosquito next time. For now, we're just gonna have a little fun. I'm gonna hop into the arena and see what happens when dwarves tangle with a mosquito. Oh yes. Will they defeat it easily? Will it suck all their blood? I'm gonna do a couple copper armored dwarves. Give them short swords. Sort of pretend version of the Bold Explorers squad. So we'll find out what happens with those dwarves. If they survive, perish, make short work of the mosquito, get their insides turned out. Who knows? That's what the object testing arena is so good for. So we'll make the mosquito on the independent side. Giant mosquito. Make sure it's a female so it can suck blood. And then we'll make sure the combat's still on lethal. And then we'll place some dwarves over here. Set them on a side. Number 1, say. Give them all the skills. And we have a macro that would work for this. So let's just load that macro. This one. Oop, that didn't work. Yeah, never mind. So we'll do it without a macro. We'll just do all these. Did we just make a bunch of dwarves? Oh goodness, we just made a bunch of mosquitoes. Oh, okay, they're fighting. Yeah, there's just 2 mosquitoes. So this is what happens when mosquitoes fight each other. One of them inevitably gets defeated. It's pale. Perhaps it had its blood sucked. But we're going to go over here and try again. We're going to go into creation mode, create a creature, a female mosquito with all the combat skills, of course. And then we create 2 dwarves. So we'll set them on side 2 or side 6. Let's make it side 4. That's red. So filter name dwarf. Okay. And we're also going to press enter, and then we're going to press N to give them some equipment. They're going to have copper short swords. Indeed. Copper short swords. What else are they going to have? Full copper armor. So body wear, copper breastplate, headwear, copper helm. What else? Handwear, copper gauntlets, footwear, copper high boots, and lastly, legwear. Lastly of armor, that is. And lastly, copper shield. Fully geared. Sword, shield, armor. Dwarf 1. Let's create Dwarf 2. There they are. Okay, now, the battle we've been setting up. Will dwarves defeat a mosquito using only copper short swords? The battle's on. The dwarf got sent flying away. Mosquito was chopped up, and it has perished. It was chopped up because its mangled right first foot fell off, and its left second foot also fell off. There's mosquito blood, referred to as ichor. There's a bit of dwarf blood too. That may have even, did that come out of the mosquito, or did it come out of the dwarf? Its foot is there, and so is its corpse. Let's quickly review what happened in the combat. So this should show everything, the dwarves and the mosquito. It was found dead by a dwarf. So it started with lots of hits happening from the dwarves toward the mosquito. Let's see, the mosquito bit the dwarf, but it was deflected by the greaves. So it seems the mosquito has trouble getting past armor. The dwarf kicked it. It fell over after just being kicked, stabbed, and stabbed. The first stab, they were actually stabbing it in the legs, tearing the chitin and muscle. But they also tore a ligament, so the legs were hurt. Oh, and then they hurt the leg, which knocked it over. The mosquito rolls away. Then it got slashed, fractured chitin. It threw the dwarf. Let's find where the mosquito went flying. Propelled away by the force of the blow? Oh no, it was just pieces falling off it. Yeah, there's a severed part, sails off in an arc. Its first foot flew off, and the mosquito is just mostly missing. It was blocked by the shield, and repeatedly missed. So it seems like our dwarves would be more than a match for a giant mosquito, especially if our dwarves were masters of combat like these ones are. It might be interesting to try a dwarf who's inexperienced, but that will be for another time. The Zen-like view of the O will carry us out. Thank you so much for watching. Much appreciated. This humble dwarf always appreciates any feedback you may have, and no matter what platform you're on, you can always follow. You can YouTube like it, you can subscribe to the channel, you can follow on Twitch, and is that it? Yeah, just showing up is the main thing, so even if you don't show up, you're much appreciated, and we hope to see you next time.